Once we get it, once we
Here at this one, we're gonna bring it up as we go on. I don't think you've got a good, structural balance to it. In other words, while we talk about all of it, we don't have one straight page that makes it easy for people who don't understand the numbers.
How.
To say, this is how much we put in, and here is our gravity cost.
More than I actually.
To pay.
What was last?
So here is our income
You're talking
tax.
about the
municipal
street
tax,
percentage.
down here. This is our employment, this is our,
No.
right, and then have separate anything that is a long-term or a one-time purchase. So that way we can look at that and say, okay, because we can balance the budget, but for one-time payments and stuff like that. I don't think-
Basically.
But just to make sure.
You know,
that
Morgan
some
Stanley
elements that we have to
relationship.
give.
I
Are
heard
being
about
covered by
the
one
dark.
top there, or we trade for bottom.
Buried in that, which was basic. So, old lady Gar said,
Uh-huh.
look, we've been wasting that long.
What are we doing with the available?
And it's Vinny's contract, it was supposed to be a year ago.
And how is that projected?
It's not, it didn't happen this year.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been having all year.
That's like 30 million dollars.
That's why I'm saying.
So they basically said you're out.
To just recognize.
And we're done paying for. But he had told more, he said if I
What
would
it's doing is supporting them.
whatever, I get it. But he told him that we got, I don't want to, I remember I was talking about going out, he was talking about that place.
Yeah, board member I work on.
He was going to, I think,
It's called.
like how it is.
Also fighting to work those out.
And so they were doing all of the preparation and that's staged.
You know, one year.
And so basically the city, the alumni was in charge. And Bert Don. All they said, no more money, like, no.
We're ready, we're just.
We're ready.
Nation, bro. So,
But
it's taken.
not feeling the consequences of that.
7 years.
It's, I mean, and it would have been the other way around. He would not have touched one person, and then he would have got another coach job, I don't think.
I'm just saying that this is not something that I've been.
They
thinking about for the last 5
They
years.
absolutely, also, he like, I think it's just.
I'm just saying.
I
just want to be able to see this
allegiance
thing.
to me, after this much time, I don't have allegiance.
Somewhere where I can see
That's
that.
really what, that's what he said.
You can say, next to me, 2 of them over there.
Over here.
Yep.
That he was absolutely like, not trying like hurt.
Well, no.
So he, in turnabout, he said,
Once that opportunity.
how did you get a better opportunity than that?
Finally.
Yeah. And even the,
Exactly.
Starting.
we got this row right here somewhere.
Just seeing the spreadsheet is not.
Yeah.
That's good.
Expecting.
I feel, I kind of like the darkness.
Okay. Now you recall.
But, those were kind of the rumors, but I wondered how valid, and I didn't know how valid it was. But he said, so, but the other, the whole business equity is what? The garden line too. And that whole group that you got the bird on, they were all very funny. It's like,
Now that's when I learned to.
you and I, this side, you don't buy, but like you buy it off.
Yes, they do.
Cities do put it in, but it's a requirement. that-
You didn't have this much say, because I'm gonna put $5,000. And then I just got, if you're on whatever, I have no idea.
That's when I was.
That truly is. I didn't know how to clarify that. That has to.
Stand up and.
Cause I was thinking, oh, but the conversation behind this. Yeah, they were ready. They were ready to change 2 years. Right.
Which is usually.
It's like all day.
As far as I'm thinking so far, is
Well,
this.
all the way to Maverick, we're back.
To try to identify.
Yeah.
Work it. And, well, yeah. So, what it would give. Everyone on the council, The ability to start, yeah, that's one of the first ones that I'm trying.
We might get a little
Here
close,
is-
but I'm on the way, it's like this.
Like the last one.
On the other hand, I go, those are. Those four guys.
I have to explain. The standardized budget. Is kind of the high level, if you can get up to that onto a city. Like, so. If we can get that as well. What high level? Tracking it.
I'm gonna say
The high
something.
level for me is to be able to pay understandable budget, for us to start the beginning of the year with, and we'll make the decisions all the way up and down.
I think they should have been over just conversations with staff.
But ended up winning on the road.
Many people they find.
You have aspirations for the.
At the same time, they were not very good last year.
Yeah, I tell you, that's not very attractive at all.
Great there.
No.
That started on the.
Ready.
Thanks. Okay, but it's in-
So we can look at the division now. What is actually the most, I think that's when we're. Right. Separate meetings. Then they should have known. What is your opinion? What?
Yeah, you do.
What are all the actions?
I thought we could eat the biscuit for breakfast or something.
Once that's done,
That'd be all that.
is the fire department. That's like, so.
I'll have-
And Dave, which is the principal. What always. Trevor had a. Pretty good with the budget.
I'm not a coconut guy.
You don't like this?
The second aspect is that,
Yeah.
once you get them.
Oh, really?
It's more of getting them.
I know he's 10 calories back.
And it's it, no. How does this work out?
But
There's this scenario.
Yeah.
How does it work out?
Exactly.
This just comes back to. Like, you know, like, no, like, right. But if we. So like. Right,
Yeah.
But you didn't go with you. But it's a bunch of us.
Mhm.
Do that. How do you do that? I think.
You're not scheduled.
A lot of times, especially with my staff. Try and see, and the alternative, does that decision make sound, and then this and that, this and that. Staff, I don't expect you to. So. Push down. Push down.
That would be.
Alternative A, alternative C.
Oh, once I was food fight,
That way you kind of instill.
You've been part of the team.
Fire truck.
Yeah.
I did somebody think.
I don't.
I only get to do it.
You only
Twice a year.
Sorry, team's governance.
All right, I might need one more drink, come on, while you want, you can do water, so I can fix up my house.
Better than coconut. I would agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah,
Getting the
I just surprised me, but.
They were. I just fixed them. Did you want the red one? Yeah, she didn't like it. Surprise me.
It's a dangerous place.
All the more.
And it's been kind of shot for years, right? It's not like. I know, but then I know.
A huge amount,
Don't take the tool forward.
but I've heard. That that's kind of what's happening in BYU and the value.
Get it reviewed.
remodel this year's.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You just need two or three people that say, we need to fund it, because this is what we want. It's the only one kind of people.
And their NIL program's being funded by 3 people.
Yeah, they
They have a lot to say.
They have all the say.
Right.
Well, I bet,
All during the records, it don't matter.
I bet it's those same 3 people that they got Brian Santiago hired.
Oh, absolutely.
There was lots of conversation about whether he was the right guy or not. My goodness, when he's the right guy, he's gonna bring you money like that.
I think Smith likes him.
Before the microphone's out.
Walk.
I think they play basketball together.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Brian Smith goes and plays at the annex there.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I guarantee you.
I think they've been doing that for a long time.
Yeah. It seems like everybody, but.
Yeah. Until it's time for them to.
But it takes away, whether it's football, basketball, baseball, doesn't matter. All of what's going on takes away from the whole equity firm owning.
What do you think?
Oh, it's crazy. I still haven't figured out the whole, the true process of how does an equity work. Oh, a state run organization.
Yeah. I filled in for Claire, and then I said.
What am I doing?
So you know, they can choose.
You pray for me tonight?
Yeah, I did. I.
How many days?
Tell Blair. Please tell.
I do.
That's big days.
No, not my own.
Thoughts?
I make my own yogurt. It's hard for me.
Oh, this is way sweet compared to everything. Well,
It's in there.
somewhere. Every time like we come to this, I think we're eight. Great. I know that will make me think.
I said that last night, but I don't think I said it when I was paying attention.
More examples of the article.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
It's smart.
The fine cat across like that.
That's it.
Oh, sure. Yeah. All right.
It sits like. It doesn't quite today, so it's good, we'll pop out as you're on the yeah.
Yes, he's out here.
This happens. Hopefully we get it.
If you really feel like it's pray for you. You feel good about that.
You got
minutes for you to write it out.
All of a sudden, he's like.
I think I talked to her.
You give me more proof.
I'd be more comfortable.
Not that way.
So, just whatever you do on there, just, well,
Maybe one day.
Or maybe.
Morning. Person, how you doing?
For the rest of my life, when I see that shirt.
Clean shaving with a haircut. How's that?
Awesome, I think that-
Yeah, no.
So.
I was sure.
Where am I? Where am I?
I think I'll say, sir, I think-
Like.
Yeah, it was a little bit late.
Look at that though.
Yes.
That's my grandson. You know, the cutest.
I can see.
Yep.
It's just like.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Because it's not full rail.
Yes.
Yesterday, he's going to what? Over there, I was out on the side.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go out, it's not so cold. We just have to make it, they have a dog.
Two. Daughter.
Yeah, that's what it was. You better enjoy it, cause we're not gonna need water left in your pond. I'm scared to death.
Don't get my.
That bad
No, but
right now,
yeah,
but there's nothing to show on it.
We met with the state, they're saying that they're not gonna let people turn water off, period.
Really?
Starting in April.
Okay, so that's what we also had at the legislative session. Yeah.
Ready to go?
where are we going?
I know.
We're going deep into our retreat.
Scary.
Sounds Avenger-like.
Hey, we'd like to welcome everybody to South Weaver City Council agenda. Today we're saying Saturday, 9 a.m., February the 7th, 2026. We're meeting at the City Hall and we are going to be doing our retreat today, which will take most of the day. Appreciate all of you coming and being here. We enjoyed being with you last night. I think everyone had a great time, and now we'll kick off this retreat. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance from Councilman Windsor, and then we'll have a prayer from Councilwoman Petty.
Guys? Repeat after me. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Father in heaven, we come before thee with gratitude for the beautiful day that we have to meet together and discuss our beautiful city. We ask that thou help us to have a profitable, valuable discussion, that we can have a good direction for the year to lead us in the right direction. We're so grateful for our military and our sheriffs and our firefighters, and ask blessing upon them and their families as they protect us. We love thee and say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay, thank you for those. We'll begin then with our, turn the time to Dave. I guess I'll let you lead this discussion, or if you got Brad, or we'll tag team, probably tag team us together. So do you want to go till, you want to take a break, maybe 10:30 or so, or you want to run this straight to noon?
10:30.
10:30?
I got old band bladder, so.
Okay. Hey, Dave, it's all yours.
Hey, thank you very much. Lisa, looks like she's pulling up our slide deck here. First item on the agenda for us is a mission vision review, which is the idea of us being able to remind ourselves what the North Star is here for this conversation today. Move it forward just a couple, I guess I can do that, right? Aha. Ooh. So, mission vision review. The vision is not just who we are, but who we want to remain and who we want to become. A family-focused community driven by heritage, safety, and charm at its heart. And the primary mission, I won't read all of that as you can see it, but these are the statements that we try to uphold every day with the staff at City Hall. And I know that we talk about these concepts regularly. And as a council, I know that that's what you're working to uphold as well. And so as we talk about various projects and finances and things like that, this is the direction that we're trying to maintain as we keep going every single day, so. I think it's always important to just remind ourselves what it is that we're about, that this is our why in many cases, so. With that, we'll jump quickly into our current fiscal health. Brett is gonna lead us through a conversation, and I know others at times will be involved, looking at where we're at overall with our financial situation as a city.
First, actually, a little over a year ago, the city had decided to look into investing in. We did that with Zions. Has been a year, right? I think it was in December. It was a year that we invested with Zions, and we've met several times as committees with Zions, and they've given us quarterly reports. Between last year, where we ended in December, to this year, we have increased our cash on hand to 2.7 million. That's including the investments, cash equivalents, and things of that nature. I think that's a great accomplishment for the city to show that we are being wise with our money and that we are working towards saving for future projects. And I think as we go throughout our discussion today, we'll be able to hopefully see some of that come to fruition, some of the projects that we have planned.
I think it's important to note that total number is just a conglomerate of all of the different funds of the city. It's not like that is just sitting there available for use. Some of it is reserved, some of it is available for projects, things like that. But you bring all that together, restricted and unrestricted, all of those things, and that's the total dollar figure. So that's just kind of a big macro level of where the city's at.
As Dave mentioned, we do have it separated in between restricted and unrestricted cash. As of June 30th, fiscal year 2025, and these are where we ended with some of those balances. General had a positive amount, capital projects had a positive amount. And capital projects is one that isn't a cash generating fund, but we do bring funds over to supplement that, the projects that we have planned for the future. And it's good to note that we actually had a positive amount this year, meaning that we were very frugal and wise in our decisions of what capital projects we completed and which ones we didn't. So I think that's a great one to look at. Recreation, yes, we all know that recreation is at this point struggling. We did lose a good portion of the gravel pit funds. And we've been supplementing with general fund and with their fund balance, and the 72,000 is what we had to pull from the fund balance, which actually is quite a bit less than what we had budgeted for. I believe we were around 120,000 that we expected to pull from fund balance, but in reality, we only needed about 72,000, which isn't the greatest, but it's the better of the options that we had. Tough fund is increasing. All these other funds that are increasing is because we're preparing for other projects. We have ideas set aside of the projects that we want. The water fund does show a use of that, and that is because of the 1375 project. In relation to what we had money set aside, and we did use some of that to complete one of the projects.
Questions on this slide, fund balances?
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation of a snapshot, meaning where we're at right now. And it's a good message, but how does that message work, say, in the next 3 to 5 years? Or you get a build onto that later in the presentation as to, we look healthy right now, but there might be a big expenditure next year, 2 years, 3 years out. How does this fit with the projection or the proactive aspect of this? And if you're prepared to answer that question later, I'll reserve that time.
As we go throughout, we'll discuss what we have planned. I do have one slide that does show the capital projects, kind of like a 10-year plan. And so we can see kind of how that plan has an impact on the health. Right now, I have it only specifically for the capital projects fund. I don't have it built out yet for the other funds, but that's my goal. We will be talking about some of the projects that we have in the future, and that could have an impact on the health of the fund, but right now, our funds are very healthy, and we can start looking at some of those major projects that we have been pushing down the road for several years, that we knew that needed to be done, but we just haven't had the funds to do it. I think some of those we might be able to look at closer and hopefully start some of those projects this year, or for fiscal year 27, based on the health of those different funds that are involved in those projects. I think overall, the trend over the last 4 or 5 years, and that's probably something I should add into this, and I didn't think about it till I was laying in bed last night, what I should have done, and a 4 or 5 year projection or review of where we have been by fund, I think would be beneficial. Each one of these funds have grown over the years, unless we've used it for a project, which that's the intent of that, is to use it for projects that we need done. Overall, we have been healthy and very strong over the last 5 years.
So my basic feedback to that would be just that. I think if we could add some trending, both maybe the last 4 or 5 years and the projection 3 to 5 years forward, how do I help council members making key decisions today, but also the public is to understanding how we're doing as a city. So that's just my feedback on that slide.
Quick question. If you could either go back or, so I'm just trying to understand the logic of it. So capital projects is 331,000 plus because we're moving money over to it. Right below it is recreation, which we're showing as a negative, even though every year we move money over to cover it. So I just don't understand why the two are using a different logic.
They're using a similar logic, other than the council has decided only to bring X amount of dollars over from the general fund to supplement the recreation.
We use general fund balance or general fund money to supplement recreation,
Right.
not capital projects fund.
Right. What I'm saying is that the logic for how we're displaying capital projects to me, and it's early morning, so I might just be off. Where we're moving fund balance over to the capital projects and showing that as an increase, as like you said, it doesn't make any actual revenue. Recreation also doesn't make any recreation revenue, but it's being just shown as a negative.
So
I just don't understand why the difference, so.
It's just comparing year over year though. It's not, right? It's just saying that in fiscal year 24, the cost of recreation was 383 in.
Right, but it should be showing.
Let me see if I can answer it this way. The general fund and capital projects funds are tied at the hip. They're basically tied together in many ways. The general fund balance by state statute can only have reserves up to 35%. So anything above and beyond 35%, if we have a budget surplus at the end of the year, based on good decisions, not spending money just because it's budgeted. I think our department heads all understand very clearly that just because we put it in the budget, if we don't end up needing it that year, we're not just going to go spend in June to use the budget up.
Right.
And so we always end up with some surplus at the end of the year. That money can only go into the general fund to the point where that fund balance is at 35%
Right.
of the annual revenues. Anything beyond that, if we have surplus, goes into capital projects. And so capital projects is the place that will take more money amongst the general fund and the capital projects fund, because they're essentially tied together. You fill one bucket, and if it pours over, it goes into the capital projects.
Okay.
Whereas the recreation fund as a special revenue fund, we used fund balance from the recreation fund to the tune of $72,000.
Right, okay,
Did that answer or did that not answer?
it did, it's, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on the unrestricted? This is in relation to the restricted fund balances that we have as of June 30th. I do have fund balances as of right now for a few of these, but ARPA, the federal amount that we got, we are down to, as of June, we were down to 464. Currently, as of December 31st, we are at 205 is where we're at. Wrap tax. We ended last year with 106 available. As of December 31st, we are at 150,000 available. We typically get $6,000 a month from the wrap tax. Class C, we ended up with extra. We didn't spend as much. We were hoping that we can utilize some of that for some of the bigger future projects that we have going on. The fire apparatus, we have, as of June 30th, we had 780,000 available to pay for the fire apparatus. We did make one payment this year using the ARPA funds. So that is closer to 570,000 that we have available for the fire apparatus. The road impact fees have increased, same with the water. We did use sewer fund impact fees. That's kind of a tricky one. We did use those to help pay for the bond payment this year. And then I also show the LBA. We initially had, when we started the bond, we were at 9 million, and now we're down to 3.1 million available as of June 30th. We have spent a majority of that up to this point. Now that the public works building is done, I believe we have about 850,000 available still of the bond. And then the other impact fees, we use those as we get them. They're going towards other projects, typically the FAC bond, and then there's the Peterson Farms project. Dave did correct me, I'm getting that name changed correctly to the Peterson Farms Park. And then there's also the fire station bond portion that is going to that. Any questions on the restricted? Okay.
We are required to use the remaining ARPA funds by the end of this calendar year, so the end of 2026. And the last council decision was, when we did have approximately $500,000 there, was a portion of that for the fire apparatus, the Quint, and then a portion of the remainder, any left over to the 7375 project. And so that remaining 209, or just over 200,000, currently is earmarked for the 7375. The timing of that project will dictate whether or not we have to, spend that. Well, we do have to spend it by the end of 2026. So if we're able to get that project rolling and use that ARPA money as we've currently dictated, then that will just move as decided previously. But if not, then we may have to make some
So
adjustments.
that construction project, did those dollars spend on any phase of the construction project, or does that have to be shovel activities? I mean, can you do studies, the design, can money be spent for that aspect of it, or does it have to be physical improvements?
That I'm not sure.
I think it would be any part
I
of it.
think it's any part of it, but I don't say that with 100% level of confidence. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, because I don't know if it could be shovel ready by December and spend the money, so that plays into my decision. Spent for engineering, then I could see that and just use some.
We'll look into that and confirm.
Probably a dumb question. Well, I know it is. What's the 17359er project you guys are talking about?
The Lester Drive extension comes out 9/25.
Okay.
From the school.
Coming off the
Yeah,
school,
okay.
that section of road that we've talked about widening
Yeah.
and doing the water and storm
I
drain.
just didn't know that was the title of that project or that,
7375,
yeah, that's the street.
925 east, those are the street names, so
I was
that's,
wondering.
that's how I refer to it, sorry.
No, it's okay. I just didn't
Maybe
know.
we need to get on the Lester Drive extension and below it, 775, 925.
Sure.
There's
Yeah, on the plats and by the recorder's office, it is Lester Street. No, Lester Drive rolls off the tongue.
I like Project Black Falcon.
Wayne, in regards to your question about whether it can be used for engineering and surveying. Based on our research, yes, it can.
Okay.
That is a possibility. We'll have to look into see if there's any detailed requirements that we would have to be careful about, but,
Is your mic on?
yeah, my mic's on.
Okay.
He just directed to record it.
Getting it.
Yeah.
No, I was just having a hard time hearing, so.
Oh, I bet.
Pull it closer.
Well, are the speakers on in
I
here?
don't think it's going through.
Yeah, the speakers aren't even on in here, so,
Oh, yeah, they are.
oh,
They're on.
uh-uh.
It's kind of quiet, but
So
Yeah.
one quick, I thought we had a small balance in the storm drain.
That's in unrestricted.
Oh, okay, sorry.
in the impact fees or
There
in relation to the.
No, in the actual storm drain fund, we have.
is a
balance.
balance, that's what I was.
Yeah, there-
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, the storm drain does have a balance. We have that to unrestricted.
That's the difference in this.
Sorry, next year I'll bold that so you can see
Oh, you're-
restricted or unrestricted. So.
We should go.
Okay, moving on from fund balances. Ready. Those are small numbers. We may need to say them out loud, Brett, as you talked about.
Yeah, so really this is in relation to our bonds and debts that we have as a city. The three big parts that I want to really focus on is the sales tax, the water and the LBA bond that we have. Our ending balances for that year or for fiscal year 25, we ended with the sales bond ending at a balance of 203,000 that we have left. The LBA has an 8.7 million that we have continuing on to pay. And then the water is at just over $2 million for that. There are some other debts that we have in there, our lease debts and our compensations that we have. Anything related to retirement, those are the kind of debts that fall in there. But really, the three bonds in total have a little over $11 million that we have as far as our debt goes.
Quick question, is there any benefit of, and is it possible to pay bonds off sooner than their maturity date, or is that part of the contract that you can't do that? What's the rules there?
Do you know the exact rules on that?
The answer is yes, there are details
By bond.
bond by bond
Mhm.
that the term is callable if you can pay them off early.
No.
And some bonds have those types of restrictions and some don't. For example, when we did the LBA bond just 2 years ago, we made sure to allow it to be able to be paid off early, recognizing that interest rates were at a place where we thought they might come down and we could potentially refinance. And we didn't want to leave ourselves stuck with that higher interest rate. That'll be a topic future in today's discussion, but yes, there are situations where you can pay them off, but sometimes you're restricted from doing that.
Gotcha, I just asked because the sales tax revenue bond is so close and the bond is so small seemingly that would it make sense to just pay it off early, or is interest rate so low on that it would make more sense to invest the money because we would get a better rate of return than paying off?
The fiscal year 27 that we're talking about is the final payment, so it will be paid off just in the regular schedule here in fiscal year 27. Yeah,
The pay rate on the water tank is very low. But like you said, the ones that is higher, you really consider is to start paying off public works or refinancing the public works. Because it is a higher rate, much higher than the other two.
the other one's gotta be pretty low.
They're very low, yeah.
When you see in the bond name where it says series and a number, that's the year that we did the bond. So sales tax revenue bond series 2012. That was a refinance of the original bond that was, I believe, about 10 years before that. Same with the water revenue refunding. That was a refinancing of that bond. And in the bond language, they call it refund. Because when you fund a bond, then you do it again, it's refund. So it's a different term than normal getting a refund on something, but in
That to get more rate.
that was to get a lower rate on those water bonds back in that time as well. So I'd have to look and see how long that restriction is to refund those again for the water bonds. But to Blair's point, there was a really good interest rate, so it may not make sense.
I've got a question, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done on here. So it's, again, probably just the way I'm not seeing the information. So back at Zion's, I learned what they called a structural type of balance, where basically here is the cost of doing business, and here is the revenue we make. And then separate from that is the one-time revenue, whether that is like ARPA funds or any of those kind of things. And it's a very strong structural budget was one that we were from taxes, from the actual revenue, we were making enough to cover the expenses for the city to run. And that became kind of sacrosanct. It was, okay, this is when it's coming in. And then that way you could tell if we wanted to pay more on a bond or any of those kind of things. We just couldn't do it with the structure that's been built into the budget. We could do it one-time payment increases or things that we have in the fund budget or balance. I'm not seeing anything on here that shows us what our gravity costs are. So I know what we can spend on all the extra, which is what's going to be real important when the different departments want extra.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
I don't. You're talking about a debt ratio.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It
Basically, kind of like a debt to income ratio is what you're looking at to see if because you're.
right,
you
because
have
this
the one time that's excluded from the ratio, and then with what we currently have, what we're expected to get, that's our typical income, or so to speak, our revenue
yeah.
with what we're paying in our debt. I don't have that number, but I could work on getting one.
Debt is one way to, yeah.
Let me just pull that out of my hat.
I'm sorry, I didn't
No.
ask, no,
You don't have a number now. I apologize.
all I was trying to figure out is that the city has a certain amount of services and employees that we have to pay. And we can only really do that with what comes into the city. So I was just trying to figure out so that we don't ever go over that. So
We don't
we have
go over
to
that.
reduce services because of it. So,
Correct. No,
yeah, for all of the extra stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can get one for you. It won't be today, obviously, but
Yeah,
I can work on getting one, because that is a great way to look at it. That's a great way to see if we can continue funding the operation side of the city, along with covering the debt that we have. And that's something that our financial advisor looks at, and then probably, if we gave them a call, they probably couldn't give us that number off the top.
If I understand
Okay, thank
correctly,
you.
you're not asking just for the debt side of it, though. It's one-time money and capital projects and things separate from just the operational
Right. So
things that we do.
where you set a business, here's the cost of doing business.
Mhm.
Here is the income or revenue generated from that or in accompanying with that. That lets you know at the end of the year how much money you have to spend on whether it's resupplying, buying new equipment, paying off debts early, that kind of stuff. So it's not necessary, it's your available funds is all I was trying to,
Perfect.
so, yeah.
Just another comment to go along with what Joel was saying and maybe to help clarify for me. I don't know how to phrase the question. For instance, the water revenue bond. Those bond monies, those repayment of those bond monies don't come from the general fund, and correct me if I'm wrong, they come from water sales. And so it's the water fund that's reimbursing that bond.
Correct.
So that's a different pool of monies. And with regards to going back to what Joel was saying with regards to the pie, how much of this pie goes to water meters, paying staff, all the basic costs, and then how much is left over after we've paid that year's bond obligation, if we want to pay more. And I guess there are rules in place that we can't transfer monies from the general fund over into an enterprise fund in order to pay off those debts, so it has to be paid by that. That comes back to the previous question about trends and knowing what monies are allocated to what costs. And because right now you did an overview of all the different bonds, but I see different monies that go to those expenditures. You can't just say, well, hey, we got an extra $2 million over here, let's go pay it on that bond. That logic doesn't work. So
Yeah,
we're missing some steps in there to go along with Joel saying, to maybe help clarify it, not only for this council, but future councils, and the public who are trying to review this over time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The city does not operate as one monolithic entity with one pot of money.
Yeah.
There are rules for every individual pot, and each one has to be self-sustaining in its own way. So there's not one number that says, here's the excess money that we have. We'd have to do that fund by fund so that picture is more clear. And maybe that's a flaw in how we're presenting it. We're starting with here's the overall, and we plan on drilling down and showing fund by fund, but maybe we should not do the overall and just stick fund by fund, so it doesn't create that confusion.
If you start getting down to the line by line, it creates that detailed aspect. So yeah, how you want to balance that? I think you're saying anything.
Okay.
But you've done a great job, I
No,
wasn't saying.
that's great feedback, because anything that I present, I want to make sure that I'm presenting well enough for you and for the citizens to understand. And so that's great feedback. Okay. He's taking notes for me. Things I can improve for next year. Any questions on that slide?
Mhm.
This slide does show for fiscal year 26, what our payments were on those bonds. So in all, between principal and interest, between those three bonds, the city paid a total of $1 million, a little over $1 million. And that, like you said, the water revenue bond, that came right out of the water department. So the 2 million that they have available in their fund balance, 213,000 of that is directly to that bond payment. Same with the LBA. The LBA comes directly out of the LBA funds. Yes, we do have other funds that pay towards that bond, but their requirement is to pay that 706,000 directly out of the LBA.
And then maturity date is the fiscal year that bond will be paid off completely.
Correct. Yeah, the sales tax bond, like we brought up earlier, will be paid off in fiscal year 27. That impacts both the rec and the fire department in their expenses. They've been paying the bond off. They split that, and that'll be a savings going forward. Questions on the bond on this? This is just a snapshot of the annual payments. Okay. Now we're gonna go into the current year's budget recap. This kind of shows the breakout. You can kind of see under governmental, you have the general, capital, and special revenues. And then we have the business type of services, which is your water, sewer, the tough fees, anything related to that. Next one, these are the actual numbers. This is our current budget, where we expect to be. This is what was approved last year by the council and this is at the high level of those budgets.
Questions on that?
This is based off actual revenues and actual expenses for the last 5 years. You'll kind of see that trend. We have been doing, our expenses have been less than our actual. For the current year, yes, you do see a dip because that's halfway through the year. These numbers are a little bit harder to see. As of December 31st, our revenue is at 6.9 and our expenses are at 5.7. So just logically thinking, seeing how it may end up at the end of this fiscal year, we can just double those and kind of see that we're gonna end up closer to $14 million in revenues and a little under $11 million, $12 million in expenses. That's a rough estimate.
Isn't that some of the numbers that we were just asking? I mean, that's kind of the number Joel was looking at too.
That-
So at least, I mean, they have to be broken down a little bit, but that's kind of the overall picture that I think Joel was just asking for.
Kind of, it's actually the opposite because out of the revenue, the actual revenue that's coming into it, how much of that is one time?
Correct, yeah.
So things like the ARPA funds and those kind of things. Yeah, so, but yeah, thank you.
Would it help the council? And I don't want to be the odd person out, so I'll retract this request, but on this trend, would it be helpful to see what the projected actual or projected revenues versus the projected expenditures were, maybe the dashed of that same color? So you can see, yeah, we projected this much revenue and we actually got more revenue,
Yeah,
or we projected this much expense and we spent more because we got more revenue. So I'm wondering if that secondary is gonna clutter the information, or can we provide that as well?
I could provide it, yes, because going back one slide, you can see that our revenue for 26 is estimated at 13.1, but based on the current trend, we're looking closer to just under 14.
Yeah, see,
So-
that would
so
be helpful
higher,
to
yeah.
see graphically. 'Cause
Yeah,
I couldn't make
okay.
that connection from that slide to the one slide, so having them on the same trend. But I don't know if that helps the council or if that confuses the council. That's just something I would like to see
Okay,
as to how we're moving forward.
perfect. I will look at adding that for next year. And maybe even later on, as we go throughout this budget process for 27, I can update these and provide more accurate information based on your guys' requests. Over on that left-hand side, we have some of the projects that we've been working on. Things that have been completed up to this point and others that are still in progress. You can see that a public works facility was complete. We did make a purchase of a forklift. I believe you guys saw that throughout your walk last night. The 1375 project is done as well. And also we made that first payment on the Quinch, our large apparatus. And also the storm drain audit was complete. And those are some of the bigger projects that the city worked on and got those done before this retreat. And some of the things that are continually going on is the street light replacement program, the curb gutter and sidewalk repairs, street projects, and also the water, sewer, and tough rate studies. There's the fire station remodel. There's, I believe, phase 1 of the fire station remodel is done. And that was with the bathrooms, if I'm not mistaken. And then we're looking into adding to our lease is the fire chief truck and reserves for the FAC. And we've also are working on the emergency operation plan update. Any questions on any of the projects that are completed and or in progress. Okay. This is one of the projects that was at the end of last year, but it's, you guys, we wanted to give you a chance to actually look at it. It was one that was in progress last year that we wanted to see, show you guys that that is complete. And then here's some pictures of the Public Works facility. I didn't get any pictures of the fire station bathrooms. I didn't get those in here. Next time we'll get those in there. Any other questions on fiscal year 26 before we move on to current year? No questions? Okay. We'll move into the fiscal year 27 budget overview. This is just a high level of where we expect, as of right now, this is what we've calculated up to this point. Maybe my next slide will be a better point of discussion here. I wanted to make assumptions here so that you guys are aware of all these assumptions that I made as I did my calculations. The budget review for property tax, I've only included the growth, which is roughly $30,000 at this point. Last year. Correct. Yes, I haven't done anything else. I haven't calculated if we go through truth and taxation. I haven't included any of that information. I just want to make that clear. Because if you look, the revenue is lower, but I wanted to keep things very basic. Also, along with that, the sales tax revenue, I kept the same as it was last year as well. So those are the two hardest ones to make estimates on, and I'm still gathering numbers for that to get a better number for you guys as we go throughout this process. But I want to be very clear that those are some of the things that I did not change in comparison to last year. The other revenues are easier to track and to follow the trends and make a decision on how to forecast those going forward. I was very conservative in my review of those. I tried to be as conservative as possible. If I see a trend of something going down, I will also follow that trend to show that throughout this process. Also at this point, there's no supplemental requests. That'll be a council decision of what you guys want to have move forward, along with the committees that we have. But as an overview, I wanted to just give those as my assumptions so that you guys I'm very clear in how these numbers are portrayed.
Just to be the assumptions are we're not going to hold the rate, we're going to let it grow. So it's conservative estimate. I want to say that's what we're being conservative on revenue and then projected growth.
Correct.
And sales tax not going up, so we're being conservative with our revenues, so that we're going to try to balance the budget with those numbers, so that the numbers do go up, we'll have more frequency to the rest of the fund.
Correct. The sales tax is a difficult one. I wanted to get better numbers. Yes, I have about 6 months worth, and it does show it trending up. But I wasn't quite sure where that landed, so I'm like, well, I'll just stick with the number that we have, because we haven't, based on the trend, we haven't technically reached where we expect it to be. And so and that's another issue, is we receive it 2 months in arrears, so really I only have 4 months of data to look at, not 6. And so I kind of just stuck with what we had last year for sales tax, with the expectation that yes, the trend is going up, but at what rate? And if that rate that I used last year was accurate, that's kind of what I'm in the gray area, and I didn't want to try and estimate something that is going to be could be completely wrong at the end of the year. But within the next few months, I should have some better numbers and give you guys a better estimate for that. As we go out throughout the work sessions, I should have something better for you.
From my perspective, what that means is this is just the baseline draft budget as a starting point for discussion for the council. Any supplemental requests, any major projects, things like that, you can add and build into it along with more understanding of revenue as we go. So it's a starting point for discussion. No.
Okay. This is just the big picture. Charges for services, the city charges includes about 55% of that total budget revenue. With the feedback, I will look at breaking that out a little bit further by fund rather than as a whole. Taxes takes up about 32% of the revenue that we expect to collect. And then there's other miscellaneous ones, fines, intergovernmental transfers, license and permits, things like that. Interest earnings takes up the rest of it, but a big portion of it is your taxes and charges for services. This next slide will show kind of the breakout of those taxes and charges for services, where they come from. As you can see, sewer and water are your biggest charges for services that we get. There is the sanitation, storm, and the tough fees, and then there's general charges that we have here within City Hall. The recreation takes up about 2% of that.
Just want to point out one thing to the council that I see on the revenue side, tax side. Not that this is a danger signal, but it's a slippery slope. Right now, we're receiving almost 50% of our revenue from sales tax. 49%, according to the chart up there.
Yes.
If there's a downturn in the economy, that is a direct hit to our revenue source. Meaning we can't rely, in my opinion, you can't rely as much on sales tax revenue to do projects long term. You gotta have a cautionary aspect right there. You depend on that, spend that money ahead of time, and when the economy hits the downturn, you're really stuck with only one way to raise money. And the folks not gonna like that source, so it's a cautionary understanding.
Yeah, property tax, franchise tax is much more stable and reliable. Sales tax and wrap tax is more volatile depending on market conditions.
Impact fees, we show as 3%. Is that a drop from last year and the year before, or is that?
Impact fees have been very constant across the board. There hasn't been a lot of change.
Okay.
I know Brandon's been working on some of those studies. The impact fee that we collect may change.
A couple of years ago, it went down dramatically when building almost came to a halt. But now that we've had building happening again, it's returned to essentially the same levels it was before that, just quick dip and then kind of brought it back up.
So last night when we were giving numbers, we were talking about the number of new homes built. So that's about the same as it was 3-4 years ago. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same ballpark.
Okay. Ballpark.
It's not exactly the same number.
Right, but it's close, very close. Okay.
That's what ballpark means.
No, but you just think really big ballpark or a little tiny ballpark?
It's Fenway Park. It has a green monster in the left outfield.
Playing the Little League part. Right, Curtis? Correct. Yeah.
Was it Cherry Farms Park or was it a Canyon Meadows Park ball field? That's the question.
Any questions on taxes or charges for services at this point? Just keep in mind that the taxes, 50% of the taxes is from sales and tax. And that includes, in total, 32% of the revenue that the city collects. That's part of that 32%. Property taxes, like we said, is held at 38%, but do you guys have questions? Issues, thoughts on this before moving on?
Again, these are total budget across all funds. So if we want to, in the future, talk fund by fund, we absolutely can do that if that's more clear. Or. Okay, start with these
Start with
larger
the big
numbers.
and break it down into the funds.
Okay. We still are.
I could work on how it's presented and change that so that we're still in the same amount of time. These are the expected budgetary amounts at this point in time. It can change, it will change. But that's, at this point in time, that's where I have the budgets at for sales tax.
Takes that last chart, which was only percentage, and it shows the actual dollar figure associated with that.
Yes.
Moving
And
quickly.
then this one breaks it out for the charges for services by fund.
Can I just like ask a question? I'm sure this is somewhere, but when I was looking at this deck last night, I was having a hard time correlating revenue that you just barely showed, and then that $12 million figure. What's the difference between those that I'm not?
In 3.6 and 12.
Yeah, what's the difference between those two?
Which numbers?
So you had said that,
I thought our total revenue was 12, our total revenue was 12 million.
I've only broken out, I didn't break everything out, yeah. Okay.
Where do you get the other 80?
So between the taxes and charges for services, that's the bigger portion, and that's the only part that I broke out. The other portion, if you go back to that slide.
Yeah, the taxes and charges for service were the,
So you're only breaking it down, or that 3 million is only a portion of taxes.
A portion of the 12 million.
yeah, if you look at that overall revenue pie chart. Okay,
Does that make sense? See, where were we at? We're at this one.
question?
I was just commenting, if you went back to the. Walking through the graphic, that chart right there, go back one. You see the wedge shape for taxes, so 32%. Got that picture of that wedge. Go to the next slide. Rather than make it a whole circle, start with that wedge and then break that wedge down into those portions. Brings that thought process forward.
Yeah. Yeah, the bottom right, charges for service correlates with the big blue on the right there.
There you go.
The dark blue on the left correlates with the dark blue on the left.
I really like your chart.
Yeah. So the dark blue circle is 3.6, the light blue circle is 5.4.
I like the pieces, but.
I know, I know.
Well, I mean, I get your point, Wayne. It's, yeah.
Canva, I like Canva.
Okay, moving on. I know last year there was a discussion that was brought up that you wanted to see operational versus, this is, now we're getting into the expense side of things. Expenditure side, I kind of wanted to show operational, and I broke out debt and capital as well. I know that was kind of something that wanted to be brought out. If you include the operational, the salaries and benefits and transfer and fund balances, that's your operational costs. So you
Brett
have-
asked me if he should put all of those into the same percentage. And just for illustrative purposes, to know how the salaries and benefits and the transfer is a piece of that total operational puzzle, we wanted to call those out. But like you said, truly all three of those become just the operational number as a whole.
And then I did break out our debt services and our capital. At this point in time, based on the numbers that I presented, this is where we're at.
So quick question on the debt services. If we were functioning very poorly as a city, I would imagine debt services would make up a much larger chunk because we're borrowing to sustain or whatever, right?
Correct.
So where's the percentage that says, ooh, you're getting a little crazy, you need to make some changes before you get to, like, what's the right number to where you always want to be under this number to be performing as a healthy city? Do we have a number like that?
I don't have it. That kind of goes along.
That's kind of philosophical for the
We
council.
don't ever want,
Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've always thought your debt service should never be more than 15%, your salaries and benefits, and this is very helpful. Should never be above 30%. Because if your salaries and benefits start getting over that, you're here and swinging pendulum where you're gonna.
correct.
Debt service starts swinging past the 15. And so, no, this is a very helpful, because I've never known what that percentage was.
Yeah.
That's why we can't just go crazy with it. I mean, yes, everybody would love to get paid more money, but if you start doing that, then you're out of bounds.
Yeah, that's kind of where my thought was, like, I just want to know guideline wise, what's considered healthy, what's. For my little printers there, what's there.
Agreed.
So right now, we're in the yellow, and we keep an eye on this.
Yeah. We are,
So-
that talking about
yeah.
last bond, we kind of said, we really can't afford to bond another bond until we get something paid off.
Keep in mind, this is based off that 12 million.
Yeah.
We're trending upwards with our revenue. In fact, we expect 14 million, just under 14 for this current year. So this is based off the 12 million. So if we add it in where we currently are or where we expect to be by the end of this year, that debt service would probably, between the debt service and capital, that would go down quite a bit closer to 10 if you base it off the 14.
What I'm hearing is that it'll be that this was more frequent.
I can do that.
I don't think I ordered monthly, quarterly, sitting on one, something like that. Okay.
Okay, I can do that.
And we haven't talked that in the finance committee pretty much either. And then we can talk about that after.
Yeah, I just think that would be a good gut check every so many months to make sure.
Yeah.
Are we still trending well? Are we going in the wrong direction, something like that?
And this is something that you guys asked for last year. And so that's what I wanted to at least bring it in, have you guys look at it, see if this is how you want to look at it. Go, and I can adjust it, change it, whatever you guys want. Yeah,
Yeah, we've never talked about the budget in these terms, and so I think it's really a good conversation piece.
that one actually didn't take too long to put together. It was, initially it took a long time to set, but going forward, it will be easier the way that I have it set up. It'll be easier that way.
Giving you a peek behind the curtain there.
Here's a breakout of those expenses of the department that they come out of. You can see that the general government takes up about 16% and the public safety takes up about 15%. And then the water service is the other big one at 15%. And then you can see that I do have debt in here, and I have the LBA debt separate from the other debt. I forgot to combine them here, so between those two, it does equal back to that 12% that I shared in the last slide.
rounding error of 6 and 7% here. Yeah, it was ballpark numbers. Thanks,
Yeah.
Joel.
Questions on this? You can see where a majority of the expenses are coming from by department in this aspect, so. I wanted to at least let you guys see that, and this is excluding any transfers between the funds or departments. Moving on, you can see, for 27, this is kind of where we landed with the expenditure side of things. Overall, there are some increases and decreases, but I think overall we were very healthy in our percentage. We by department, we didn't go crazy within the departments. We looked at Dave and I, and also the managers, directors. We all kind of we sat down, looked at them, and this is kind of where our initial budgetary amounts came from at this level. Right. The water, it was the 1375 project that we did that brought it up. I should say that this is a comparison to the current year, moving into 27. Our budget did decrease for water because of that, because of the 1375 project. That was a big part of the expenses for the current year. And we're taking that project, and I think there was an audit. I do have a little bit more detail when we look at the water department itself. This is kind of overall, this is where we ended up. For the fleet, yes, there was a one-time ARPA use of funds out of fleet to make that one-time payment for the Quint. The red numbers are good. It's a decrease in the expenditures. I guess I should have emphasized that from the beginning. Questions on this? This is just an overview, but we will get into the departmental side of things. Okay. Do we want to take a break
Before we jump into
the departments? I don't know what
She's ready.
Angie is. Angie said yes.
Second that motion. Oh, man, I'm so full after yesterday.
That's too good for you.
I want to go out.
Oh, that one.
Right.
That's what I was wondering. Or I just play in snacks.
I'm wondering.
I use this thing every year, I go through my phone and. I appreciate pictures I don't need anymore and text messages, so. Okay. On board. While you guys talk about numbers. This is one of the more.
But is that? Okay. The middle one. Put it on for me. No, no.
Sorry.
Yeah. Rich, yeah.
It's no, I think that. No, I think one of them changes anything. Oh.
I'm ready.
Today. Yeah, this is. No, it can be angry.
Well, make sure you guys are.
Good blood sugar they do. Constant blood sugar. Better decisions are made. Better, yes.
Mayor, how are you, sir?
First, I was feeling really good down here.
So tires, so.
You guys prefer to brought sodas out or you would rather grab them? Perfect. Makes my job easier.
And you get. You got at least 1 or 2 more calories. The strategy you need to be the hardest.
There you go.
It's like I see.
Gotta get enough snacks. You did something.
Oh, yes, gotta get some, yes.
Force yourself to do it.
I watched those on for an hour.
Find those too.
I will ignore the lot.
That was so long.
She mentioned it, those like that. They're doing a different diet in their house.
High protein, low carbs, but I think also she just, like, for her heart, have to get more shape, so that she can have.
I didn't, as you say that, you did say something.
She had her own heart. She's always had a heart problem. She started working, like, you guys haven't later, they're having that one. Luckily, we have.
That's why we.
I want one. It's right there, yeah, we'll see, but it's like, here's the tool, I just, hauling.
I think they're an awesome thing to have.
We should have one in public.
Yeah.
You know how to use it.
I was trained on it.
Well, what if you're not?
Well, and made.
Yeah, when we got it over the chair.
Like, I could eat that.
You don't need that, just throw it in the back of the car. He'll sit on there without on his eye for a
One
while.
round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Are you everyone here?
Right, so Flora.
Yeah.
Brett, you want to own this?
I
can always find that place. Oh, right.
To the right?
That's all I'm doing.
Really
I
complicated.
think when I was trying to point it this way, there was too much static, but when I think it goes off the ceiling. So that's my.
Learning.
I don't have to, one, you can guess it when you're. But I am what I am. Oh, I just, yeah, I'll try to change it, just make you aware of the consequences. Yeah, it's usually too old for deer and elk and duck.
Oh, where do you start?
I was saying the other day.
Hey, we're back in.
We're back.
Hi.
Okay,
Brett, we'll turn it back to you.
okay, we're gonna start with going over the departmental budgets. To start this section off. Good.
I've got a question, and I don't know when the right part to ask is. If are we gonna have any more discussion about revenues and allocation of revenues? And in this part of the retreat, or are we just gonna go into the expenditure part the rest of the day?
From this point, it'll be the expenditure side. And budget request or supplemental requests.
I like to make a motion that have a discussion about portion of certain revenues, but I don't know if the council wanted to have a discussion now, or want to have it on the part, so I asked the mayor if you want to have that discussion now,
However you guys would like to do it.
We can have that discussion now if you want.
Some years ago, future staff, we had a discussion about sales tax revenue allocation. At that point in time, sales tax revenues were around $600,000, $700,000 a year. Currently, correct me if I'm wrong, they're over 1.2 million of the city's budget. At that point in time, we were struggling as a city to put monies away for capital expenditures. So the statement was made that at that time, the statement was made that we should reserve a certain percentage of those monies. It was 200,000 up to a percentage. But what's been applied has been the opposite. It's been a percentage up to a cap of 200,000. So the additional monies from 5 years ago to now have gone to various parts of the budget, not savings. I would like the council to have a debate, a discussion, give guidance to staff as to how much of those discretionary monies, say discretion, sales tax revenue could be great one year and then fall flat the next, you go into a recession. I would like to see there be a percentage of sales tax revenue, but a minimum of up to a certain percentage, just the opposite. I would propose, and this is up for debate as well, that we start at $200,000 flat, up to 25% of sales tax revenue. So if $1 million sales tax revenue put in, we're saving $250,000. If $800,000 of sales tax revenue get in, we're saving $200,000. That makes sense. So it's, if you get $2 million of sales tax revenue, well, now we got $500,000 of the capital fund bank account. My concern is we're not saving enough for future capital expenditures that are coming up. And two, we're setting ourselves up for a concern if the economy takes a drastic downturn. Because now those excess monies of sales tax have gone on to base costs. We can talk about what the base costs are, it could be insurance, it could be retirement, it could be wages, it could be other things that you can no longer recoup. But if you put a majority or up to 25% of those monies into a savings account and the economy takes a downturn, it's much easier for a council to not have to put that money into a savings account and knowing it's impacted the city in the short term. Okay, so I think there needs to be a discussion amongst the council in which to give guidance to staff as to how much of that discretionary revenue should be parsed out so that the remainder can be used for the expenses.
Well, in a sense, we started that last year. We started with the 200,000. In previous years, there's been the 200,000. Last year, we did bump it up, or for the current fiscal year, we're at 217. That's kind of where it's at. That was just kind of like a one-time decision. We increased it knowing that we would have more sales tax to put over there. We did increase it to the 217. But if council wants to move that direction, or if you have other advice, I was looking at our 10-year capital plan. There is a portion of slowly increasing that each year. But I didn't put that in the slide, but there is a 3% increase each year. And then anything that we do have over that 35% of revenue or fund balance, we're advised to put that into the capital so that we're balanced, but that's, oh, go ahead.
Clarifying, so that's 3% of the 200, so we're
Correct.
not.
It's not to the extent of the amounts. It's 3% of the 200, starting off with the 200, increasing it 3% every year that we're putting in. So it's a low.
It's faster.
Correct.
And so I'm like, we're not taking advantage of that growth for our future spend.
especially if we have a downturn. I'd rather have it, well, I mean, we started the 200, I don't know, it's been a long time, 8, 9 years. ago.
Fiscal year 20,
So that, it was that long ago.
fiscal year 20. I'm just trying, I'm pulling the budget to see how much we allocated at the beginning of the budget year. And in fiscal year 20 was the first year that it was 200,000. And that was the 20% that year.
I mean, I would like to see it as 200 as the minimum with the 25%, so it could fluctuate with sales tax versus I mean, the 3% is a great idea. But
Yeah.
who knows where that gets to, and should it, some years it may need to drop down back to the 200 because our sales tax is low.
Yeah.
And not keep the 3% increase. In my mind, if we have it drop back down. So, but if it grows, I'd rather see that savings grow faster than the 3% and not get allocated to something that never comes back that we can't. If we allocate too much, it's gonna do what Wayne said. And then you don't have that revenue to even cover that expense anymore. Cause we're gonna budget that. And once you budget that and put it as a line item for admin or general, anything else, it never comes back.
No, yep, you're right.
Then you have to cut, and that's even harder. Wait. So I would like to see it as an actual written policy that we do that as part of.
We've been
So
doing
that
it
it
since
passed
20.
beyond all of us.
Yeah, let me
No.
tell you the numbers. I have one more year to pull and then I can tell you exactly what was budgeted each year. Just 1 second. Okay, fiscal year 20 was 200,000, fiscal year 21 was 171. Fiscal year 22, 200,000, fiscal year 23, 275,000, and then 24 and 25 were 200,000 again.
You know, was that because, I don't remember when we did the bump.
To the 275?
Yeah.
Because that was the 20%.
So it was a 20%.
Yep. The idea of 20% minimum of 200,000 has been what was followed. And then based on operational needs, I guess the conversation was, well, let's do the 200,000 this year and not the 20%, because the 20% has grown. But to the point of, are we allocating that to future fixed costs? That's is what has been happening. Right at $1 million.
And I wanted to capture that 200,000 increase from 800 to 1 million as a savings. And that's what that, now it's 20%. Well, now we're up to 1.2, 1.3 million. I'm wondering if that 20% is the right number. That's part of the discussion. Either 20%, do we bump it to 25%, and what is the baseline that we want to pay for some of these projects? We're talking about the West Side water tank. It was 7, 8 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, where we rehabbed the tank and spent almost $500,000 to get it extended another 15 years. But we're 30% through that time frame, and I don't know if we've done anything towards, that project, which is now within 10 years to either rehab or replace it. Where are we at with those monies? That's just one main project. And I see that sales tax revenue as a discretionary fund or discretionary source of monies that really would benefit the city long term rather than reactionary. Oh, we can do this year, oh, we can do this year, and it just trickles away, and I lost that opportunity down the road. So I would like to have this council at this meeting give some sort of direction, and then long term, we get some sort of policy or some sort of procedure, if you will, in regards to the budgetary process. One of the first things we do is we take this much of the revenue, this source, forward, based on documents. So I'd like to hear what maybe Joel or Terry and Angie think about. So.
For me, it's I'm not in favor of arbitrarily saying, put this money away. I would prefer that we have a list of projects that say, hey, here's the 20 different things we wanna do in a city. It's gonna cost $30 million or whatever over 50 years. And then that drives how much we save every year. Okay, we wanna put a portion of our 200,000 towards these 3 projects because those are the ones that are the highest priority in our view. So I think it accomplishes the same thing, but I feel like if we just say, we're just gonna put 20 or 200,000 or 20% into a fund, then
I think we accomplished the same thing, but I feel like if we are more direct, like, no, that 200,000 is specifically allocated towards this project or this one five projects. Yeah.
I was, that you bring up a good point, back in, like, 2000, we weren't really working on a known, perspective, this is how many projects we got coming up in the spot on. I think we're getting closer to the same rules, I think we can bring the two together.
Yeah, cause ideally, we would be able to have enough foresight and enough planning laid out to where we can fund our projects without getting the bond for it, right? And I don't know how many of those is. Right, right. So I've always been on the side or in the favor of, hey, let's plan ahead, let's think long-term, what can we do with all the money that's coming in now and allocate it appropriately to where in 15 years, we save $2 million and we can pay cash for this project instead of bonding for it. So I'm saying the same thing. Okay.
I agree.
I agree. What's the difference between setting a minimum and setting a goal? As in, how much do you think we should have as a reserve, as a savings backup for everything? Is it, like he said, just by project, so we're still kind of spending by project? Or is it more like household, you're supposed to have, 3 months to 6 months of paying off all of your expenses for it?
Well, I think our reserve and this savings is a little different, if we do keep a reserve, and
The
that.
35.
That's like the.
Well, our 35, but we're also talking about, we're trying to get 6 months operating in every single fund. And that's kind of more of the reserve side. This topic was really set up because when we set it up, we weren't putting aside any money, zero. I mean, we're like, well, and it was actually Wayne and Ken, they're the ones who brought it up because they were over finance. And they said, we gotta do something to start saving. And it's the same thing, we know this tank might cost us what, $5-6 million?
3.5 to 4.
Yeah, and we were talking about that the other day. Well, we know we gotta start saving $5-6 million to cover this and some storm drain projects and all those kind of things. So arbitrarily, we wanna get some kind of $3 or $4 or $5 million fund over there, so we kind of have that idea, but right now we're putting little drops in it. We're putting nothing at it to really do
Those
that.
conversations, the rate of savings is a function of when we put that project in time. And if we're not saving fast enough, what happens? So we'll push the project on,
Mhm.
Now you're starting mining infrastructure to the point where you can't save fast enough in order to pay for it. So the two have to play together. There has to be a priority as far as the consequence of losing that capital in terms of its condition. And that could be determine when that happens. So it's always every year it's a balance. But you have, in my mind, you have to have a base savings program on some sort of goal in order to be able to plan for it. If the goal's not meeting that, you change the rate of savings when you move the goal off. That's kind of the two come together until we get all that information. And I'm like, we need to be more aware of how much we're saving and why we're saving. Before we start spending it for that.
Yeah, I think there's too much kicking the can down the road, right? And maybe sometimes that means we have to take a hit now so that we're better 10 years from now, right? So I think that's definitely a valid.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons Wayne brought it up is say our revenue's going up. Let's say we change that percentage to 25. So it's a minimum of 200,000. Up 25, well, this year based on the 1.2, but it's probably gonna be higher. You're gonna be putting 300,000. And while you can do those, you should be doing those and not trying to reallocate it. I mean, you're still gonna reallocate a percentage of that sales tax revenue to other things, to general operational expenses. And so it's gonna get allocated, you're just taking 25% of it, or 20%, or whatever number you wanna call it. But if we leave it at 20, this year we'd be doing 240. Based on the 1.2. I apologize, because in my mind, we just kept doing the 200. Yeah, so that was my mistake. I didn't remember we'd done a 270.
There was the one year that we bumped that up to 275, and then
275.
next year the conversation was, oh, there's some operational needs.
Yeah.
Let's go to 200, that's minimum, right? Let's hit that
Mhm.
200. One other thing to keep in mind, if you recall on the slide of our fund balance for capital projects, it went up by 333,000. Meaning at the end of the fiscal year, when we made sure the general fund was, I think it was in the 33% range, they didn't hit all the way to 35. Any savings that came from that year by being frugal, not spending money that we didn't need to, that ended up going into capital projects. So we put more in the end, we're budgeting 200,000 of sales tax. In the end, more than that was put into capital projects. But that's money you can't plan on. It's just the end of the fiscal year.
Your actions right there speak volumes. And if we were to take Dave 20 years from now, Dave's not here, and got another person sitting there, are they gonna make that same decision? And that's what I'd like to get down and fighting, not only what is our savings program from sales tax revenue, but if there are surplus revenue at the end of the year, where does that money go? You know, and if the council has a say in that, this would be that time of the year to say, hey, this given year, given all these circumstances, if there's surplus, we want to see a portion of that go to the quit, or we want to see a portion of it go to this, or we want to see it go to capital projects. It's that type of logic ladder that if it's not written down, it's lost.
For sure.
And then if you have a different makeup of council who are more reactionary or want to spend every dime we have, which is not my philosophy, then now staff who are used to do one thing are going to be torn. Because what is your values? That's what we're talking about. What are the values we represent in the city that's being planned into the budget? And so those are two key items that I think need to be documented. I'm not saying it needs to be into a code, it needs to be documented, something that this is what staff are guided by following, guidance that staff will follow, and we'll bounce it off the council. This is your expectations for this given year. That's
Yeah.
That's
Budget philosophy document or budget
Yes.
policy document, something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of that. I love that idea.
So you're saying 25, you were saying maybe 20-ish?
Right now, we're at 20. Yeah. If we continue to follow it. Where I think the trend's going, is I think it needs to be at 25. Okay. But any the admin finance committee during that whole budget process still has the flexibility to say, this is a year we can't do that, we're gonna go back to the minimum. But for a policy standpoint, I think it should be budgeted as much as we can for 25.
And you're,
Oh, I would absolutely agree with that.
and you're like, goal, realistically, how long before we would get to a stage where we could look at the capital projects that are out there, know how much is going, and move towards a model where we're going towards the capital projects is what determines how much. Are we close to that, or is that way down the road?
Some of that, and I don't, maybe I'm looking at it wrong, some of that money for those projects we've got coming from different avenues.
Yeah.
We got some of it coming here, just, the sales tax, it's hard to just say we're gonna be just for these projects. We're putting a pot of money out of sales tax here, but we're also doing the same thing, it was the whole reason we took the investment money and put it in investment fund. We said, we got a baseline here with the excess money that we don't need for operations. Let's use that money to make interest, to start helping with those capital projects too. So you got funds over here hopefully making you whatever, $200,000, $300,000 a year to move over for those projects too. So it's a combination of several different things and the excess fund balance.
Yeah, can I just add as a clarification that it's the capital facilities plans that we generate that identify what those future projects are, right? When we do that, the cost estimates and everything that we try to project, we're trying to figure out, what are we gonna need in 10 years? Well, those dollar figures come into your impact fee analysis studies, as well as your utility rate studies. So the utility fee that everyone pays, it's funding operational costs, but there's also a portion of that is funding should be funding capital projects. So it's, I just don't want anybody to, I think you guys understand this, but for the public's benefit. Just so they understand, we know what those are, we have tried to project what we'll need, we are trying to collect that, but. To the point of like this sales tax conversation, when you have excess and you wanna save some. I mean, that's just in addition to what we're already trying to accomplish.
Sorry. The impact funds are for newer projects, not rehabs or not.
Correct.
So that replacement, they kind of walk along because there could be an impact in place.
Right, so like a reservoir, a portion of that can be paid for with impact fee monies, but not the whole thing.
Yeah.
And we don't wanna live on impact fee money. You only want to have it there to cover the upsizing of things that we need for future needs.
What I would like to get to would be that we have a capital fund savings account, or whatever you wanna call that. That's based upon a certain percentage of a 10-year or a 5-year move. In my mind, if I had a 5-year outlook of capital expenditures and I was to have 20% of that rolling in 5 years. That capital fund would have to ramp up if projects come down the line.
Right.
Vice versa, so it could ebb and flow if yours and get upon the expectation. But you have all those pieces to the puzzle together. What I'm saying, I'm hearing Water Street, we need to start focusing on building that up. So that when we get to that point, we can make that call.
And that we understand how much is there and how much is growing. And that's kind of been a difficult thing to do.
Right.
It's kind of like when we started saving for the fire truck, the very first time. We did that very specifically and we tracked it. And we knew we had that money to pay for that engine.
So maybe to Jeremy's point, like we're earmarking.
Right.
We're earmarking some funds to be like, for the reservoir, we have saved X amount of dollars.
That would be great. Like,
Well,
from a
those are
visual
big.
perspective, if we have, and we know what $5 million expense is gonna hit by this date. Are we on track to have $5 million by that date?
Right.
And if not, then you're saying, red flag, you need to allocate some more money here, we need to cut expenses or move our revenue or something.
Right.
We need to adjust, but that's what I've asked for all those things to kind of come together, to be able to make these decisions.
So the guiding principle would be, we do not want to bond for things that we could have saved for.
Correct.
Yes. And
Especially when you have 10 years to do it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that's our fault.
Well, but what it becomes for the priority though? Because there's some things that are gonna be our number one priority, and then there's, you know, down there.
Exactly. I figured that.
Yeah.
And I'm always of the opinion that everything has a life cycle too, and we should know what those life cycles are, so we shouldn't be surprised like, oh. Hey, FYI, in 2 years, you're gonna have to spend $10 million because this thing's gonna go
Well,
out.
I think he's got that.
Yeah,
So
we
as
do
long
it-
as I'm not saying infrastructure like that, I'm talking even like this building. Like
Yes.
this building has a life cycle, and
Yeah.
eventually, this is not gonna work anymore.
Right.
Or is that even on the radar? I don't think that's even on our radar right now as far as, hey, you're gonna need that replacement for this building. That land.
It was our last community meeting.
It's on the radar.
It started.
So I think.
It took 10 years to do the other.
Yeah, we just need to, I think we just need to think long term and maybe we just need to buckle down and have a meeting as council around prioritizing and knowing, okay, here's the 20 things that are gonna fade out over the next 30 years. This is the estimated costs, if you include inflation over those 30 years. Are we on track to save enough money to address all those things or not? And then at least know, we know where we stand, and I'm surprised, and we're not bonding $10 million for a public works facility. We've saved $10 million in paid cash for that facility.
Right. And I think from a staff level, we're all totally aligned with that.
Then why haven't you done it?
I would actually.
Capital project, all those things.
Yes.
It's us.
It's
And
general fund
looking to
capital.
figure out how we are saving to get that done.
Yeah.
So given that we're not gonna come up with those list of projects right now, but we need to give some guidance to staff, I'm gonna be official. Mayor, I'm gonna make a motion that we give guidance to staff to, for the fiscal year 27 budget, take $250,000 of the sales tax revenue up to 25% of the ultimate sales tax revenue to be placed in the capital reserves fund for the fiscal year 2027 budget. To be placed in the capital reserves. Is it called?
Capital projects.
Capital Projects Fund. Yeah, I amend my motion to include that.
Track the capital reserves fund closer. I don't know. Have a number set. So,
I think how to break out the capital fund,
capital reserve.
our capital reserve fund from just a big number into okay, how we
And that could be a council discussion, not any one committee. Aye. Thank you for allowing that discussion.
I appreciate what Brandon says when he says staff is fully aligned and on board with that. I think we absolutely are. As we get into the major project section of the retreat today, I hope that you'll be pleasantly surprised with the work that has been done to get to that point. Because we do have capital facilities plans for all of our enterprise funds. We don't truly have a capital facilities plan for our general fund, which would include public safety and parks and rec, things like that. But that's part of the huge lift that the Parks Committee is doing to create a master plan for the parks that would then lend itself directly into this type of long-term planning to prioritize those projects and whatnot. So work has been done to that end, but there's still work to be done to, I think, make that easier for the council to see it and then prioritize it and talk about it and match it up to the funding mechanism as well. So I think we're moving that direction, but we can increase the speed and this discussion is very helpful.
Well, doesn't Shay have one already? Because we were looking at that at the end of last year.
We have a draft, yes.
Okay, okay.
We've got the project list. We're trying to then put that into kind of the priority list and into a document that we can officially call a capital facilities plan or a parks master plan. Yeah. But the project list is essentially generated already. Yeah.
Okay, continue. Well, that actually kind of leads into supplemental requests, some which are out of capital projects. Is it?
It's not working
It's
anymore.
not working.
Will you move that, Michelle, since this isn't working? Well, all the other times. It sounded like a sensor.
At least it might be out of battery over there.
I wonder if it just like froze.
Then all of a sudden, this is batteries.
Maybe it'll
There is one big slide that I know I left out of here. And it is the capital projects fund.
Well, you better get it pulled up, right? You got time.
I have everything going into it. But that is one that I did forget to put in here as a departmental discussion. But before we get into the departments, their individual budget requests, I kind of wanted to go over with, I'm gonna get back to it on my side, into the supplemental budget requests. As you can see, there's things that I don't have budgeted in here, questions that council or we need to have a discussion about some of these topics, but in general, these are the budget requests that we have for fiscal year 27. One is to complete the purchase of the Quint, which is one time, and that's coming out of fire and fleet. Based on, keep this in mind as we talk about the Quint, that based on our audit last year, the funds have to come from the fire department. Where the fire gets those funds to pay for it is up for discussion. We have a majority of it sitting over in fleet that we don't have to worry about paying. We can pay that directly, but there's a portion of it that we were short because the way that worked out is the numbers that were estimated at the time, the timeline changed, but the numbers didn't. And so we're short a little bit on the Quint to pay for it in fiscal year 27. So that'll be part of that discussion.
It's essentially one fiscal year earlier than we had mapped out.
The second one is the lawnmower. We talked, last year we talked about, well, for fiscal year 25, we talked about a lawnmower replacement program. We bought 2 in 25. We didn't buy any lawnmowers in 26. And so we're revamping that up to kind of get back on the rotation schedule for that. There's a West Reservoir repair that needs to be done that we'll discuss. There's a City Hall server that is out of date and needs to be revamped and looked at updating. There's also the FAC HVAC, once again, putting $10,000 in there for that. And then there's a code enforcement officer request along with, last is the multi-hazard mitigation plan. This is just kind of the top list of what we plan on discussing for the supplemental requests. Next slide.
Oh, no, it doesn't want to work again.
This is our only operational cost that we have at this point. And really my question for the council, is this something that we want to continue pursuing? Dave, do you have?
Yeah, we
kind of
have this as
backstory?
one of the major project conversation pieces, so there's some slides later on to talk about that one specific. It's essentially a pulling back the conversation we had last year, revisiting that and saying, has anything changed in the last year, or do we want to continue as is? But that's what that operational request is the same thing as last year, kind of just revisiting that conversation.
Data that says when somebody dedicated this, their work actually generates a part of their salary and revenue because of fees and penalties and stuff, because someone's actually facing the neighborhood and when people account. Is there any?
The fees only come when somebody's non-compliant, and so there's no numbers to that, but it would not be a high percentage of their salary.
So really, so we're looking at almost 100%, probably 100% just costs, just to make sure nobody's doing something crazy.
Yeah. Switching from kind of the reactionary level of service that we have to more of a proactive type level of service would be additional cost and resource. Yeah.
Are there additional costs associated with someone spending their whole time doing this as far as administratively? Either in paper costs, because they're writing tickets all over the place, or?
There would be, but I think it would be minimal. Yeah, I think it would be minimal. We probably have to rework the shared office space over there where Shayla is.
Sorry, what was your initial question?
It's just really revisiting that. Do we want to change that level of service? So we can have that now, or we can wait for the slides basically are the same as they were last year, just identifying our current level of services, that it's part of a staff member's job responsibilities right now. And if we would like to make that more of a focused situation, then we would be looking to hire a part-time code enforcement officer as a standalone position. And that's where that $40,000 comes in.
Well, I think that before we hire somebody, and then find out that we may not have enough work for them to do, I'd propose we look at a kind of initiatory step where we're having kind of an automated process set up first from the moment that they go online and select, I've got a problem with this and an issue with this, and here's where it's going, where we get that first initial contact, sending out automatically notification, and then following that up with the secondary notification, because everything at that point should be able to run just off of kind of an automated emailer, however we want to do that. And then the third would finally be when the code enforcement person would have to come in and make a visit right down there and try to solve the problem face to face. But I think if we looked at those first ones, see when it'd be to automate that process, because once we hire a person, it's really unfair to go on and just, thanks, but we found out you really don't work much doing this. I think that way we would have a good idea what our proactive enforcement would be, because we've got everything that's coming in that's not being addressed. And then the next stage would be driving around, making inspections, those kind of things. But I think that would give us a good idea. I don't know. Do you guys
Not
think?
to challenge that outright,
please.
but it still relies upon neighbor reporting on neighbor.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm trying to get the neighbor out of that hot pot, so to speak, and have somebody who's more proactive
So
walking
you
or
want the
going.
inspections?
I think so, the proactive aspect has somebody who's going out and doing that on behalf of the city rather than requiring the reporting on your neighbor aspect. Not that that doesn't work, but I'd rather have someone who's out there, hey, you know what, the dog's been barking incessantly here. Can you do something about it proactively rather than wait till it gets to a point where people are actually, complaining on their neighbors or stuff like that. So I think there's a balance. I think what you're saying is very appropriate, but I'm having trouble with neighbors reporting on neighbors, and that's their responsibility. I think if there's a problem, that's the big question. Do we have a code enforcement issue? Where's those issues? And does it require a staff member to be more proactive?
Do we have an issue? That's what I've been thinking, the same thing. But I also think you can't get away from neighbors reporting their neighbors. That's always gonna happen. You're always gonna have somebody who's agitated about something. I feel like when we did have a code enforcement officer, we still had people just calling them nonstop anyways.
Because they had someone to call.
Mhm.
Now
Yes.
they don't.
Well, yeah, we don't have anybody specific to do it. $40,000, I don't know if we have the need of 40,000 for a code enforcement officer right now.
Yeah.
If we have somebody that could take it as it comes.
Well,
How often does it
that's
happen?
what I was saying.
Yeah.
Why couldn't we hire a part-time person that is paid by the hour?
Not
The
more.
hours fluctuate on.
Yeah.
Need.
It could be 10,000 a year.
It's finding that person.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's challenging. I mean, going back to when we met Chris.
Yeah.
I think he worked very flexible hours. And just took, and so I mean, it's a unique person. I'm not saying that's the wrong decision. It's just finding that person. I think Derek's doing very well.
Derek and Mark.
I mean,
Also part-time after work.
Angie, to some of your questions, I don't think there's a habitual issue going on. But there's those one-offs that somebody driving around might pick up. For instance, would be a fifth wheel being parked on the mow strip. It's half on the road, half on the mow strip. They don't allow that kind of access, but they didn't know, and there's no one going around. And
This year.
yeah, if someone doesn't go around and say something, they're not gonna.
Before we did any violence.
Yeah, so so it might be very minor, and it might just be educating the public. I don't think, like I say, I don't think there's a weed issue or, you know, something that's prevalent, but it might be just that occasional thing. 40 grand does seem like a lot at first, but I like what the mayor was saying, if there was a as need basis, you know, hey, we call them out and, or they come in for a certain part. I think there's a balance there, but the question becomes, is now the time, or do we continue to just sit back and wait for people to come down here? And I'm fed up with such and such. I don't want people to get to the point where they're fed up. I'd rather somebody's out there removing the problem before it becomes a problem.
But I think people get fed up anyways.
What's your opinion, Dave, as far as, is it enough to keep someone busy part-time? I don't want to be the city that's going out there and picking apart everybody's yard.
Agreed.
And
Agreed.
going around and doing, I want to do the things that are actually a problem, like the trailers parked, or cars that shouldn't be parked in certain areas or whatever, yards getting way out of hand. I don't need to go and have, do we have enough for that? You guys see it way more than we do by far.
Sure.
Well, doesn't Davis County Sheriff's Office?
They do a lot
With a lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, they
They'll
do.
do some right of way type stuff,
Uh-huh.
but city code is all our own
Yeah.
enforcement. And I have a few thoughts. The short answer to that question is, I don't think we have a huge code enforcement problem. But I do think we have a huge code enforcement perception problem. If that makes sense. That if we brought somebody in and that was their only job, I think they might have a lot to do initially, but they would run out of stuff to do at some point, and then they would just be sitting back being reactionary. Similar to how we are now. I have really appreciated having some numbers over the last 9-10 months with our new tracking system and ticketing system. Where knowing that we are basically a 90% closure rate, that people are responsive, generally speaking, when code enforcement is talking to them.
When approached.
When they're approached, the educational type moments are happening. The perception problem is there are people that don't comply. And those are the things that we see ongoing over and over and think nobody's doing anything because we see those. And there's enough of those that it makes it feel like there's a broader code enforcement problem in my mind. That may be a long way to say, if we put resource to it and dedicate somebody to it, I think we would eventually move to the philosophy that you're describing, or the situation you're describing as we would be on top of everything, which is good. But we're either gonna get complaints for not doing enough or complaints for doing too much. And there will always be complaints in this space. It's a matter of which side of lane do you want to be on.
I totally appreciate that, because that's how I feel, and this 40,000 is just for salary, right? This doesn't include a vehicle for them to drive around in,
Yeah.
does it have like fuel and stuff? That's what I'm saying, like 40,000 is their salary, but then we still are going to have to allocate other operators in for that.
I don't think it would be too much more above and beyond. I think 40,000 is inclusive of any additional cost that would
So,
take on to have a dedicated person part-time.
so it may sound like a joke, but this one actually is for real. don't we have an intern coming in?
We do.
Would that be an appropriate project for an intern to be able to look at that process, see what we're doing on it, and once every Monday or whenever, go around the neighborhood, be familiar enough with code that he can see or she what needs to be changed, and that would give us a real physical sense of here's how much they would use it, here's how many times, and whether we really should put a full-time or just add it to Shaley. I mean, we can, got all these different. But I don't know.
I think nobody's doing it right now. The flame cleared. Look at all the trees that Chet stacks off my trucks every time we have a storm.
Yeah.
This has been going on for years. We need to do something because we're doing nothing and it's time. Whether we pay for it, whatever, but something needs to be done. Or we'll just keep doing like we're doing. It's been $5,000 to fix trucks up. And I'll just keep charging it to code enforcement.
Yeah.
Which is stupid. Somebody needs to go out and actually do it.
What was the issue that you said that you were bringing up specifically?
The trees hanging over the road.
Always hanging over the road.
And building sidewalks,
and,
sidewalks with trees all over it, it's just that it takes time to go back and go back and go back. We need to make fines different, actually find some people.
That would be the difference. Yeah.
You scared my old neighbors.
Yeah. Scared them, yeah, I'm good with that. I'm scared, get it done as long as it's done.
They're 80, so they just call me.
Yeah, that.
You serious? I can tell them going for it.
I know this is a touchy subject, but I think it's one worth having a discussion, and I don't know where I'm at on the fence. I agree something needs to be done. I just don't know what exactly that is. So I like some of the suggestions that are being made, but I'd like to see some action move forward, whatever that action is. That was the purpose of bringing it up for discussion. What should we give staff as direction?
To me, it seems like the solution isn't a permanent part-time position. It's almost like a project, like, hey, we need to go and address Mark's concern about trees. So maybe we spend 3 months and we focus on trees and we solve that problem.
A certain portion of code and address them one time.
Right.
What the key
Whatever
is.
whatever problem is, maybe to your point too, the perception, right? So maybe it's actual, like, hey, this is costing the city money every year. If we can address that as a project, and then once that is solved, then maybe we tackle a perception issue, like, okay, what's the biggest noise out there? Well, maybe it's dogs barking or whatever the situation is. That one I think be a lot harder to try to tackle, but to me, that's almost like where we're at. It's like, I don't feel like we have a problem throughout the whole city and this is critical and it's costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and this is crazy and everyone's unhappy. I think it's just like these little things where maybe they're not so little. Like, I had no idea if is that like an actual expense, like
Yeah.
$5,000 because
Yeah,
someone
mirror
let their
cost,
tree.
yeah, mirror cost you 1,000. You don't think, you think, well, why you hit them because we plowed the curb. Well, when you're washing your blades, so you're not tipping over mailboxes and the trees come by or the basketball standards that they have out there. I've replaced the entire exhaust on one truck because it pulled it through the bottom. I replaced probably 5 mirrors, scratches down the trucks.
But see, that would be a time sensitive one, where just before winter, that'd be a good time to go out and get it. Maybe just before spring, we do a run out there also. Because yeah, we don't need to be wasting money on that, and having things damaged. Plus, there are things that, whether it's, line of sight for some of the corners and things that are put up there, there's some safety issues that I think would definitely be proactive that we should do, but maybe that's something that we could assign at a specific time. And I still don't know whether that would be somebody on his team that would understand that or who or what would have to do it. But I do think that that is definitely a reasonable request.
I like to combine those two thoughts. It's almost like you have a person either on staff or you hire them for a contract service to go out and do an assessment as to what are the general code violations we have in city, be it overhanging trees, be it you know, parking or whatever it might be, and then that data comes back, and then sound decisions could be made as to which one do we want to
Yeah.
address and when, and what's the cost associated with each. Right now, we've heard some of the hot button items, but what other items are out there? Are there hotter ones? What are the priorities? So, that's what I'm kind of gathering from the conversation. Just, do you have the resources internally? Or do you need to contract out for somebody to come in here and do that assessment on behalf of your resources?
Ultimately, my feeling is we're a fairly bare bones lean staff as it is. And so asking current staff to add additional tasks or projects means we're pushing off other things that staff is doing with their time. And so it's a priority question of, what do you want? We have right now Lance doing that, and his job is such where if he gets an application for development, there's a statutory requirement of time he has to return the response. And so it becomes the first priority, and it's easy for code enforcement to slip. And I think that's maybe a structural problem, that it's within that department. But when it's been in other departments, we've had the same issues. So it's hard to say it's a Lance problem in my
Well,
mind.
I'm just wondering if Lance was to hire somebody 40 hours, whatever they charge an hour, to go out across the whole city and make an assessment map of what's going on and give a report back to Lance, and it goes, here's my findings. You know, so it's a one-time cost, whatever it is, $5,000 or whatever, for somebody to go out and do that. Now Lance has the data he has in hand to be able to give you some requests as to how he wants to follow up with that. That would be.
You're already kind of handling
That
what
would be
you
a starting
said,
point for
so
me.
may make it a committee thing.
I'm in that scenario, whatever.
Be honest, if you could hire a part-time, I'd rather hire a part-time and see how it goes. It's not like we can't change that. If it's a part-time position, it's easy to say, we're no longer do that. part-time.
Yeah, it's a 1 year part-time.
It's a 1 year, we see what it does. If you can even find someone that's willing to do it, you may be able to do it, say 10 hours a week, if it's someone. Like someone from another guy that's on the fire department or something that wanted to have another part-time job, just runs out the city.
I have two neighbors that would be perfect for it. But yeah,
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Somebody
It
in
may not
town.
Have to be a true
familiar.
20 hours a week. It'll
Mhm.
be 10 hours a week, just to give someone like that to do, and I'm willing to go down that.
You'll come and do it?
No. I'm going as far as budgeting.
That was more of an allegory type of.
I mean,
down the
here's
road.
I'm literally spitballing in the moment, so it may be a terrible idea. Tell me if it is, but we have this reactionary process when phone calls are coming in, somebody's going out, Lance, and reviewing those and checking on those. If we wanted this proactive situation where we do say we're bringing somebody in for 10 hours a week, they're not doing the paperwork side or the processing side. We're asking for a certain number of hours to be canvassing the city. Is that the idea?
They can initiate some of that paperwork.
I think they can do administrative stuff for
Right.
sure.
I mean, I don't know,
Cause then I think we're pendulum swinging into like, we're the Gestapo canvassing the neighborhood and then it gets nitpicky and I don't want that, right?
Yeah, we don't want to be an
Give me-
HOA.
Give me
Curious.
give me like the major stuff, like Mark's concern is a valid concern, I mean,
Mhm.
we need to make sure that we're not causing expenses unnecessarily because we let trees get crazy in the neighborhood, right? Trees are great, trees are beautiful. I got a ton of trees, but I don't have any in the front yard, so. And I don't know why I said that. I was like, we like. But I do know that there's a bus stop that's like right up from my house that Michelle had brought up like a year or two ago, where the bus stop is located right on this blind corner to where whoever lives in that house lined the park strip with so much foliage that you can't see cars coming down that way. And so the kids sit and then kind of hide they're hidden in the sidewalk in between all these trees and the fence, to where that now that's kind of a dangerous corner, and that's a bus stop. So I think things like that we can go out and proactively address.
But I would be in favor of seeing if we can hire them. That's don't think it's a big step, but.
Do any of the code enforcement, like we issue Dakota and the 2 or 3 others? They do building inspections, are there companies that do code inspections the same way, just?
I don't know. I've never heard of one, I don't think there are.
But if you're looking for somebody to canvass the neighborhood and put in reports, I'll have my guys do that as long as something actually happened. But they got absolutely sick and tired of doing it over and over and over and over and over again. I think, look at the tree on 475. We reported that 30 times over the years. Still hanging there. Those are the kind of things like, why should I send my guy for an hour a day? If something's gonna happen, my guys can handle it. Turn the reports in, I mean, we're not gonna go look in backyards. But anything that's on the street, stuff parked too far on the street, that kind of stuff,
I think that's a valid call out. If we're gonna put effort into this, then we gotta make sure something actually is done about it, right? Which is why you get to the automated where you have it being tracked, whether it's our city staff that puts it into that system or a neighbor. I think we save a lot of cost by just doing as much of it as possible automated and tracking whether it's getting done or not. It would make a list and then we could easily go through it. Sorry, Angie, I didn't mean to cut you off. And anyway, so what I was saying.
Okay, I think we spend a lot of time on.
I agree. I second that.
5 o'clock tonight.
So, if we think this is a very different one. What if we have a make it a part-time summer game, that it's a X amount of time and that's a little problem. Parking, and winter time, and short
I get a seasonal temporary position that we have every summer for a certain
And
window,
we should
similar
probably
to
have
our.
a list of, these are things that need to be addressed. Around and check that. But then we can have the trees taken care of before winter.
I know, but you got parking. Goes through.
But winter parking is DCS though.
Yeah.
not code
But
enforcement.
they're not doing that.
I don't think that.
And I'm
Code
not,
enforcement
they said,
can't
well,
do that.
I don't think code's allowed to do it.
Really? No, that's a right of way.
Well, I think you're right.
They said they've been doing some of it. Not before.
The last 2 years, they've done more than they have previously. Yeah. It's
What
still-
is the cost per violation of tree, stuff like that, do you know?
What?
If you're a tree, what is the cost for? a
Out of what
violation
kind
tree?
of,
We'll supply.
you have to look at
They don't do it.
city code.
So does the city have to hire someone to go cut the trees? If they don't, they don't do it, we.
They could, but then the only way you can collect is put a lien against the property, so they'll have to collect it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are we putting it in the budget or not? Let's get to the brass tacks.
Let's hear the motion.
I think, I don't think we're in favor of a $40,000 budget for this. I think we're in favor of something less than that. That's what I heard from you. That's what I'm hearing from you.
But if you're gonna pay a guy, part-time, it is full.
That's why I said,
That's a pretty good part-time.
You're gonna pay a guy $20 an hour. If you're not, you're not gonna get a kid.
No, you're asking for $20 an hour.
Yeah.
I know, but
But I think you could, I think you could find somebody that would maybe 2 or 3 times a week, come down and get in our vehicle. And drive the city in an hour and see whatever violations you might have.
or that's what I'm saying. I don't think 40,000 is where our budget is. Like
No,
maybe that's
$20
a cap
an hour,
already.
even at 20 hours, isn't 40, I think you're overestimating to cover all the other costs.
There's some additional costs anytime you have personnel for
Yeah, so I.
social security and FICA and all of those
I mean,
kinds of
that's
things.
just a wait. I mean, that would be.
I like Mark's idea of using his staff to do a lot of the canvassing. They're already out there anyway.
But we need to address his concern of, well, if they identify it, what are we doing about it? I think that's the part that we need to figure out. We need somebody that's gonna do something about it. So to Joel's point, if we're using,
There's too many conversations we can't.
to Joel's point, if we have a system for tracking, then maybe we have Mark's team make sure that they're putting whatever they find in the system so that there's documentation about it. And we use the system that we're already paying for to initiate it. And then when it comes to actually enforcing it, that's where we use some sort of part-time person to go in and they're the enforcer of, hey, we sent you 3 emails or 3 letters, and it's still a problem. Mark's guys are out, yep, it's still a problem, we've confirmed. Okay, now that guy escalates from there, and that's I think the missing link in the chain. Am I off base on that?
I don't think you're off base, but I think Mark's staff have enough things to do as it is with everything else going on. I'm of the opinion we do a contract service. You have a person who has a fee schedule, it's $20 an hour. And it's a lump sum contract where they have to report their hours. And it's not to exceed whatever we decide that amount is. It's not employees, you don't have to pay FICA, you're not paying health insurance, you're not paying all their stuff. It's just a contract service, we want you to go do this, here's the report we want on a whatever basis, if it's daily, weekly, or whatever. And you just deal with them when the contract's up, you either renew it or it's done. And you move with the information moving forward, at least it starts that process, but Mark's the one's got to speak for his people, if they have time to do that, then that's another way to skin the cat. I just feel Mark's staff are already in a reactionary mode, having to deal with broken valves or this, that, or the other, plus everything else they've got to do.
Well, my thought is maybe not dedicate his team, but you kind of offered a little bit of that. But if we're already out in the neighborhood and somebody in the city just happens to see something, then the general rule of thumb is, hey, if you see something, go ahead and put it in the system at the end of the day or whatever, or track it on your phone. I'm not sure what the technology allows, but at least that gives us more eyes out there to proactively
If
address
they're
things.
reading meters, why can't they pick up a code by them?
How about we do this? How about we budget $30,000?
Let them,
And staff come up with an idea how to do code enforcement.
I'll second that motion.
I,
So that was the motion?
yes.
After spending an hour on it.
Well, I was just trying to figure out how to get this over.
So that, I know that's.
To budget $30,000 for code enforcement and have staff come up with, whether that's a part-time employee, whether that's however to fix code enforcement.
Part-time employee, make it so.
Derek, you had a comment.
I don't know if it's super valuable. All I said to him was the effectiveness of that person will determine who's holding them accountable.
Absolutely.
So whoever is gonna be in charge of them, whether it's Lance or whoever, if you're only paying someone $20 an hour or $18 an hour, that's the level of effort you're gonna get from that person. So it's either gotta be more money, make them feel like they should do a good job because they want that job, but if they can go to Starbucks to make the same amount of money and not have to go around and harass people. I would go work at Starbucks and have to drive around and harass people. And then again, going back to the boss. If who's ever in charge of this person is too busy doing other stuff and not holding that person accountable, then we're just pissing money away also.
And I would agree with you, because but at $30,000, if it's only 10 hours a week, which I don't think it is more than that, really. You could pay them $30 an hour. Yeah.
Just looking at state requirement for it. There isn't a specific state requirement to have any type of certificate or training for this position, but they do have a lot of very specific ICC and AACE that could train and still protect us in case there's, because usually code enforcement at the end stage always ends in legal. So we might want to consider that they would also have to have some type of training, and I don't know how much that is. So on a long-term basis.
A motion to budget $30,000
Okay, and what are you gonna have staff do?
and to have staff determine how they want to spend that and allocate it towards code enforcement.
Part-time position.
And then, winter,
Second.
And everybody said aye.
okay.
Sorry, I should have.
I think Jeremy said yes, but okay.
I didn't, just throwing it out there. I didn't.
Moving on.
You said nay?
Geez, Mary.
No, I didn't say either. No, I still think we need a automated process that holds everyone accountable to it. And I think we've got something on that.
So
But
that was a 4-1 vote.
what?
That was a 4-1 vote.
And if we.
Did you get that?
Can't.
I didn't.
Joe said no, he wants to make sure that the automated system is getting used and utilized.
We have the
That could
automated
be-
system and tracking with it. Oh,
I think that could
we
be
have an
part of the-
online one that,
I think that could be part of the solution that you come back to us like, hey, this is how we're gonna do it.
I'm happy to look into an automated
Okay.
solution. I don't
Absolutely.
know.
if that's involved in it, then yes,
This isn't
definitely.
excluding any of it. They come back with the solution.
Yeah.
We can sit here and talk about it all day long.
Yeah.
We already have.
Yeah.
Okay, Fred, please.
What's number 2?
Don't bring it back.
That's number one of the supplement budget. Good work.
Next one.
This is the discussion of the city hall server
Yes,
and,
yes.
and FAC HVAC. Dave and I were talking yesterday, and I believe last year we allowed the FAC HVAC to be ongoing. I missed that one. I thought it was one time. So that's why I brought it back this time, but technically you guys have already approved that one.
Yeah.
Going forward, it's ongoing.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think that's enough money for a year to be put away for HVAC. I mean, those things are what, $80,000-$90,000 each? And we got
Depends on-
4 of them.
It's a big number,
Yeah,
but we had to do something because we weren't saving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I think
This maybe just helps Curtis with a fan.
Yeah.
I mean, right now.
Yeah, so
We do that.
My point being is this isn't to save all, this is just to put some money aside. More money needs to be put towards that because they're gonna fail quicker than we're gonna earn enough to pay
And
for
they're
it.
failing.
Yeah.
If you guys want a different numbers going forward, we can discuss.
So I think that plays into our
Up
prior.
to 25,000.
I think that you need to tell us what can we afford to put away.
But
When-
I think that we need to keep this going, but if that committee recommends that it can get higher and we can figure out where to fund it. Or it comes out of the other thing, like Jeremy just said, like what we're putting away.
Yeah.
That is gonna be a one-time expense that's gonna be very significant, especially if the school district's not helping. Yeah.
So 4 or 5
They
years.
should be,
Should be.
but they've been
Yeah.
talking about any of that.
Yeah.
stuff.
It's less than 5 years.
Less than 5 years,
They need to be replaced now. We're just pushing it off because we don't have the money to do it.
Yeah.
right? So when are we gonna plan for, so we get the number up there?
Well, that's what we were just talking about.
I know, that's why I
I
asked.
think suggestion would be that the committee looks at it.
Which committee?
With committee,
Rec committee?
with the rec committee
Okay.
and or the finance committee, however you guys wanna look at that and come back to.
And I think.
Yes, and a working session with
Didn't
a
we talk about that?
different number.
Didn't they start coming in to do an assessment?
They were supposed to, yeah.
Okay, that's what they were talking about doing, so that we had some real.
Yeah,
numbers.
Davis County people were supposed to do it,
Yeah.
school district.
It's kind of an unknown target and that's part of our
But
problem.
it's,
We
but
need to know what
it is a
that.
big number.
I think the budget should have a minimum of 10, but the question is, it should be higher. What should that number be?
We can have the committee looking at
And
that.
number 3.
Okay.
Good job.
Next,
Hi, Mayor.
the city hall server, our previous IT company suggested replacing it back then. Then when we switched over to our current IT company, they suggested it as well. There was a lot of updates that they couldn't do because our server was so old.
We agree with this one.
Done.
Yeah.
Yep,
How old is it?
As you said so.
I know it's over 10 years. I believe it's 12 to 15 years old.
Yeah, 5 years, 5-year replacement plan.
That's too long.
Okay. That was easy.
Okay, number 4.
Now we're making progress.
Next slide.
we're good at buying stuff.
Oh, geez.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
I'll just give this to Derek right
The
now.
lawnmower, let's do the lawnmower first.
No, really, for the Quint. We're short about $300,000 on the Quint. Because the timeline of where the funds were set up didn't coincide with when we were actually getting the Quint. So there's different ways we can look at it. I was gonna,
When are we getting?
we're
November.
expecting it November 27th.
No.
No,
November this year.
This year.
Sorry, 26, fiscal year 27, but in November, yeah, I got.
So we've already approved it. We already approved the amount of money for it. It's coming a year or so early. We've already got a contract signed, so I don't think this,
There's different, but the funding for it, we have to figure out where the funding is coming from.
got you for it.
There's a few different options.
What do you recommend?
What I recommend is, would initially would be out of capital. There are some portions out of fleet, we have a good fleet fund balance. But the intent of the fleet fund was to get to the point of eventually purchasing the vehicles rather than leasing them. That would prolong that process if we use some of the fleet fund balance. So my next option would be coming out of capital.
How much?
We would need 300,000 out of.
So this year's sales tax revenue that was allocated to capital would actually go to pay the majority of that.
Yes, if we did that.
Okay.
Keep in mind that right now, capital is paying for the fire fleet at this point.
When did we move away from leasing to purchasing?
We're, yeah.
Okay, I was like, wait a second.
The-
What I
We
missed?
put them on a much longer rotation.
Right.
Hot topic.
Yeah.
All right, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Don't talk about putting those back on there.
And as I mentioned earlier, we do have to show that those funds that we don't already have set aside for the fire fleet, any new funds that we have to show that that comes through the fire department.
Sure.
Can we throw the remaining ARPA?
We already did.
I thought we did.
We've got, we still have,
200,000 left.
That was
Yeah.
gonna be for the 73-75 budget.
We already did the.
for Brandon.
The residents.
He's like, what?
My name's Smoking in Bay.
That 200-something thousand is just what has not been spoken. Because we already,
No, what was spoken for? It was allocated for 73-75.
I'm sorry,
But
everything else we've already discussed, it's already been.
already been spent.
So let me ask you this, do we think 73-75 is actually gonna get done in this
Not in, I don't think,
before the end of 26?
no.
Not by the
And
end
if
of
we
the
don't,
the
it's
end
gotta
of
get
26.
reallocated anyway.
Mhm.
So why not just reallocate that 200 and then take the other 100 out of it?
Blair,
I like
the way you're thinking.
Yeah,
I was good.
I'm okay with
I
that.
said.
So moved. I'm sorry, Lisa.
He laughed. I'll catch it on YouTube.
We don't have to have a motion on that, do we? Because that's gonna have to be something we actually have to
That'll come through.
come back as a budget.
That'll be a budgeting improved.
Use remaining ARPA funds for the Quint purchase, supplement with capital projects.
Yes.
Because we're gonna have to move money for the Lester Drive project.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 The bigger
Yes.
question, it doesn't have to be answered right now, Jeremy, if I may, is do we, as we replace engine and Quint, do we keep alternating back and forth, or do we just keep replacing? equipment
Let's have
all
that
the way?
discussion.
Because it does have a financial planning aspect of it for future years,
I agree with what you're talking about.
so.
My vote's with Quince, just so everyone's clear. Just nothing but
Very
Quince.
love it.
What is Derek recommend?
I think Quints make a lot of sense, but I also know financially having that break, paying for a Quint there's an appetite there for that, but from an operations standpoint, having Quints makes the most sense.
But it was like 50% more.
I understand there's a financial note, so
Is it still that? I mean, it was like 400,000 or something.
Or 500,000.
yeah.
But it was so significant, the improvement in safety that it gives the fire department, that I think stepping back from that for 10 years, because that's the cycle that we were looking at, is somewhere around 10 years. I just don't think that makes sense.
You don't have both in the shed, you have one or the other, right?
Sorry, what?
Look, that one's the back one.
You
It's,
have
it's
both
never the front to
engine
go
and
out.
Quint in the station at the same time, and you just replace them at different times, or is it just Quint only, just engine?
I guess I'm not understanding your question. Current engine will go into the reserve status, And then the Quint will become the third staff.
Primary, secondary.
So
Yeah.
reserve status, is it still functional, operational?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
100%.
we'll have one of each at any given point in time.
Right, unless we just go to straight Quint, then we're
Okay,
just putting that Quint.
so the
reserve
question,
status.
we'll always have a Quint if we were going to alternate between them.
Right, and operationally, right,
That's what you were saying.
it's just, it's easier to have it frontline all the time. For example, the fire we were on a week and a half ago in mountain, up in cowboy country, as my guys call it. It took 2 Quints to get that fire out,
Yeah.
one from different sides, and that was Morgan's Quint and Mountain Green's Quint. So,
So the decision of having Quint, the
Operationally.
city will always have a question is, do we always have
One primary.
primary and
Yeah.
secondary, or do we have an engine and a Quint alternating every time? Yeah.
Thank you, Darren.
So the question, so if we're going to use the remaining ARPA fund, how much more do we need to,
Just under.
just under?
And that's a lot easier to move capital project.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, if we're doing that, I just want to know how much of our ARPA funds we spent on the fire department. That was like 900.
Close.
So like
Actually.
40,000.
You want me to repeat my comment from last?
Would you please?
My tongue.
Well, she didn't keep her.
It's valid, Derek, you can share it.
It's so important. Just replay last year's retreat and comment back.
Agreed.
But we
Have to
do,
look for the whole city.
I get it, we do, I mean, we do stay with Queens, and I'm on the fence, really. We just gotta figure out a very good budgeting mechanism.
That's the point of the question.
Yeah.
I mean, that, cause it is a big number. I hope this lawsuit's going through and it kicks the butt, maybe these prices get a little more reasonable, but I doubt it.
and right now, the number we're setting aside with the built-in percentage increase escalator every year should be able to cover a Quint. Barring we don't have another COVID and prices go
Yeah,
60% again. There's all that variables. So 10 years from now, you're saying, well, you said in that meeting. But we are putting aside that amount of money.
Yeah.
To hopefully make that feasible, whatever direction we decide to go.
But would a switching of it give us an engine and a four-wheeler and have that in the fleet rotation? So every 10 years you get the Quint, every 10 years you get the engine and the four-wheeler specified side by side, sorry, yeah. Not just a pretty face.
Not just a hat rack, as I said.
No, pretty face is what they say.
I think we just, since you guys want us to plan for future buildings and stuff, David can back me up on this. I've been advocating for a station replacement fund for a couple of years now. But that aside, if we do end up bonding, I like the front loader approach of let's just bond the next Quint into the new fire station.
Okay, we're not ready to talk about that.
You wanted people planning ahead. I'm planning ahead.
It's actually a valid point.
This might be past the city hall a little bit.
Let's just do it all at once. It's fine.
Currently, we are putting money aside each year, specified amount that we're putting aside for the large apparatus purchase.
Isn't that like 120, 150, something like that?
100, it's 130.
130, okay.
Which was the idea to hit that $1.3 million
Yeah.
number every 10 years, right?
Isn't there also a replacement cost on the fire equipment that your men use? Yeah, turnouts, thank you.
We budget every year.
Okay.
Replace a certain amount of those.
Okay.
And then some years we get hit harder than others, just based
Yeah.
on how hiring's been. And actually, we're at that window right now, over the next couple of years, because it was 10 years ago that we started making all the transitions with the fire department, and increasing our staffing.
Okay.
I think we continue, my opinion would be is we continue to budget for the Quint.
Yeah.
When
I
we
agree.
Order it,
Then we can make a
the
call.
discussion's gonna be, do we wanna combine this with something else?
Yeah.
And it can be a recommendation of Derek, maybe he decides
Yeah.
the one we have with having dual, maybe another, you may have decided you want One of each, one.
Drone.
Once you have one.
And who knows, I mean, we're talking about a decision 10 years from now.
Yeah.
There may be something totally different.
That way we just have the money for it based and then give you the decision.
But
I
I
like
think we
that.
continue to budget with.
Yeah, I like it.
Just the way we are.
Yep.
Next.
Yeah. Next.
Next is the lawnmower.
Done.
Done.
Boom.
We're out.
Okay, next one.
Derek, you just need to get rid of some zeros on your items and then.
See how quick they can go, man?
What's the price of a life?
First one is these are out of the water fund. This isn't capital projects money, but you do have the water reservoir, the repair. There was a bid for a replacement, but we went off the repair portion of it.
I'm on the outside. Can somebody give me a background as to what is being repaired? What
I was gonna ask the same thing.
Drain line off the tank,
Sorry?
the drain line off the tank comes out and drops down. Goes again, where it drops down, it's kind of hard.
The overflow, not the overflow, just the drain.
The overflow.
The overflow drain
Mhm.
is disconnected.
Yep.
So we just need to put a couple in there.
No.
Or is that-
We've done that many times, it's gotta be
Okay, well,
dug up and putting board on that work anymore. Needs to be replaced.
I've seen those commercials.
Not the whole drain.
Just a section.
yeah, what is that?
There's a long stretch from where the tanks where it actually dumps into the canal.
Dumps into what?
The canal.
And so that all has to be replaced.
It's the whole pipe.
That, yes, that's our recommendation. is
Because the
replace
pipe's compromised or it's broken.
Well, we'll talk about that, because that's all new pipe.
I thought the 50,000 was not the full length. It was like 150,000 just the repair.
Oh, you're right. There was another, yeah, we gave two numbers and
Yeah.
we're just doing the small repair.
Okay, so there's a break in the line that needs to be closed.
Right.
Of the overflow.
It was washing down the mount, so they gotta put back in some fill.
So is there an overflow switch that's not triggering? That's why it's spilling? I mean, if it's washing off the hillside, I don't understand why a tank is overflowing to wash off a hillside.
It's only a spot about the size of this room, I mean.
Okay, so we're talking,
It's not a huge spot, but it's a spot that's
Okay.
washed out.
the picture I was having based upon the two descriptions was two different
Yeah.
things, so.
We flood our tanks over once in a while, just keep scum off the top.
Okay, so it's a maintenance procedure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything legal or certification reason? Certification, that's not the right word.
Certification.
I know. It's not the right one.
No, it's just, it needs to be repaired so that.
Yeah.
It's not more damage.
It's a non-controllable overflow. It could have the potential of washing out the hillside
Correct.
because it's not connected.
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with.
I'm just trying to understand the priority
Yeah.
of what you were
And
wanting to do.
the feeling of the tank is controlled by the base. So in coordination with us, right? Yeah. So there's like,
They get a level sensor and there's a flow control valve that's balancing. It's a,
no, it's not,
it's not level based or
No.
elevation based.
no,
Okay,
it's flow based, so.
okay.
It's kind of,
They want to pump it.
yeah. Based on demand, based on their rate, based on like, they kind of tell like the rate that it should typically be going at. But if something happens, then it's gonna go to the overflow. We just wanna make sure that.
You don't have control of the situation.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's coming from the water fund?
This will be coming from.
No, it's coming from your bank account.
Not okay.
Good luck.
Yes, this is not capital, this is coming out of the water fund.
Thank you.
Excellent.
The next project, we're pulling again the conversation from last year. This is part of that multi-hazard mitigation plan that we had. One of our first projects was identifying, doing a study to see if and when we would need to replace the east tank.
Could you tell me, what is the east tank? Is it the one behind Angie's house and your houses, or is it the one over on by the land?
Yeah, up behind Job Corps is the
Behind
east
Job
tank.
Corps. Okay.
Yeah, so when we did the multi-hazard mitigation plan, identifying infrastructure that could potentially fail or be a problem if there was an emergency of some type, we identified the east tank, not that it's a problem now, but that we would want to understand if it'd be a problem. So the project that was put in the MIHP was to study that tank. And so it's kind of a scoping project. And the 90,000 would be our portion of that project to study that tank and see how much.
Okay, so this is an obligation. We still need to get the matching funds from the government, EPA, in order to do the project. And if they don't give us the money, we're not doing the project.
Well, this project was identified as part of the MIHP as our first project to do.
Understand?
And so there's not necessarily, we could submit for a grant to receive help to do the project.
Yeah.
But the 90,000 is the estimate for our portion of the project.
When you say our portion, who's paying the other portion of the project? What's the full project cost?
No, I'm not saying that very clearly then.
The study.
I also studied,
Yeah.
this is the study portion of the project. Okay, so we're paying just the study portion, that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Not like the study portion is 180,000, someone's paying another 90.
No.
Right. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Sorry for that confusion.
That's why we ask questions.
That was the estimate done as when we did the MIHP and Brian Elwell, who was the consultant on that, that was the project estimate for the study.
And that's because it's subject to seismic failure?
That was the thinking, is that it's up on the hill, potential seismic failure or landslide or something like that. Do we need to do any type of project to mitigate that type of circumstance?
I thought when we talked about this last, we agreed that we didn't need this.
Yeah, there was a low priority.
Exactly. We just don't want to drop supplemental requests. This was put in the yellow category of maybe later. The red ones last year were never. This was a maybe later. And so that's why we're bringing it up as another topic. Is it time?
No, I think.
I'm willing to do the study. If you guys want to pay me half that, I'll just say yes. I mean, we've already scoped it out. There's a problem up there. If we do have an earthquake, I don't know why we have to spend 90 grand on it. So I would just start looking for what the replacement's going to be. Yeah,
The
exactly.
short answer is, in order to do this type of study, or the reason we would do this type of study is to qualify for federal
Okay.
money if we had to do a major project to replace it or to mitigate that potential.
Basically, this is what we call
That's
a
what we're saying,
30%
yes.
design. It's not just a study. You're looking at the options, you're coming up with the best available option. You're designing it to a 30% level so that you can go and apply for a grant to get a design grant to design it and then go construct it. My concern is you keep pushing this project down the road and you have a problem. Now you stand the potential of somebody suing the city because you knew you had a potential problem up there and you didn't do anything.
But we knew that the water would be able to handle the rest of the city, just that tank would be disconnected. Isn't that what we talked about last year? Was that it would still be able to
There's
handle it.
redundancy.
So, yeah.
Well, like I said, just, I'm looking at it, the seismic event, that tank floods, that tank fails and the water comes down the hill, takes out Job Corps and becomes a life issue. I'm seeing that as a life issue and we need to do something to protect the people who are downstream of a potential failure. That's the purpose of that project.
I didn't think it was that critical.
I
You don't
don't
like
necessarily disagree with there's potential there, but it's not like anybody has
They're good
has
people.
done anything on an analytical scale to say there is an issue or not an issue. When we went through the MIHP process, it was, no, that's a different plan. The multi-hazard mitigation plan, when we looked at that, we identified infrastructure that if it were to fail would potentially be problematic and we would want to understand that potential better.
Yeah.
So whether there is catastrophic potential or not is kind of up for debate.
But
at
the
that.
fact that we've identified it and we don't follow up on that identification, and if we take 5, 6, 7 years before we do anything, it looks bad on the city. So I'm like, yeah, we need to do something and we need to do it soon rather than keep pushing it off.
As long as we are having it on the agenda, being reviewed every year on it, I think that would it would allow us to legally not necessarily be held fully accountable for everything that goes on it. So I think it could still probably be pushed out.
Talk about that one.
Please.
You just put so much money away per year to do
instead of a one-time thing.
Okay, the way I feel is that we have not been shown or told anything specifically that makes this required or necessary at this time.
We had 3 earthquakes this month.
I disagree. We do have a document. It's called.
But if we have
Hazard
to make
Mitigation
it
Plan that's identified. as
And we
a
have the
problem.
rest of it to cover up, I think.
Be liable.
Yeah.
But that, what type of a problem needs to further be evaluated, but it's been identified as a problem, just like the West Bank.
It's been identified as a potential.
I don't.
A potential problem that until we better understand, just like the West Tank has a potential problem, because it's on
Any one of our.
landslide.
That's just like saying the hill could eventually come and take out 17 houses.
What would cause that hill to take out 17 houses? Seismic.
Lots of water.
What we're saying is that tank is susceptible to a seismic shake. And because it's susceptible to a seismic shake, it has some risks. What are we doing to mitigate those risks? If we sit here on our hands and do nothing, that looks bad on us. If we keep pushing the project off for decades, that looks bad on us. You can't deny that there's not a fault there. Can't argue that. You can't argue we have a capital facility near that fault. You can't argue that it's not gonna have a negative impact if that fault is to have a seismic event.
I just don't know that I can justify that amount of money on a study
That's the problem I'm having.
versus if we really think it's a problem.
Let's just fix it. If not,
Yeah, then you start figuring out the scope of what it takes to fix.
yeah.
That's what I think we need.
Do we have to have, then you start finding out, do we have to have the study before we go get another grant? But I mean, I don't know that that's it. If we can identify it through more of a scope and an engineering process and then turn that in for a federal grant would be similar than as just a study. This is a lot of money for a study. But we'd be lucky if it gets to 30%. It's gonna give you a scope.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
might not get you 30%. That's the intent though.
Yeah.
To get a design grant, you need to have something that's at a 30% level before they'll fund it, but design grants today are currently being 100%. You apply for it, the way the money's been allocated, you're getting that money. Now, that may have changed over the last year or two, but.
For a design grant.
For a design grant. Now, the construction grant, that's more highly competitive and that's harder to get. But to have someone help you design it.
But if you can get a design grant, I'd rather go get a design grant than just a scope and study grant.
So non-sarcastically, is this something that we could ask Brandon to give us a full presentation at a city council meeting that looks at what you're saying and what you're saying? And I mean, it's your brain. So,
Yeah, I mean, the way that it was identified, I would just clarify that it was just simply identified as a potential issue.
Well, that was the.
And so then, yeah, again, just restating, but the idea was, well, what, is it really an issue or is it not? I think that's, the estimate for the study was not, that was provided by Brian Elmo. So I can't speak to what he thinks was involved with that study. I don't even know what the scope of the study really is.
Jeremy, I may be a little more, sensitive or emotionally charged about the whole subject, given the background I've had with the Weaver Basin Pipeline project that went through and some of the hurdles they had to go through because of the number, not singular, but the number of seismic faults that are running under 89 and crossing that canal and going up that hill. Not only are we at risk of transportation trying to get out of here in a major earthquake event because 89 is gone. The pipes that are crossing it and any water lines over there are of grave concern. So if we are serious about hazard mitigation, that's just one of several. And I think it needs to be looked at in regards to what it's going to take to mitigate it. And then what is our action plan after that? So I'm not taking it personal. I'm invested in it.
Yeah, and I understand. I think that's a great segue into Blair's warning to talk about 1900 Bill, so. Yeah, Blair for that.
you guys even dressed alike.
Hell, no.
It sounds to me like we'd like a little bit more information on whether or not 90,000 is the real number. And what this scope really entails.
I think 90,000 is way too high for what we're gonna get out of that. I don't see that as a reasonable number, so if.
And it's way too low if we need to get what we really think we need to get to. What's the scope?
Yeah, where's the balance, right?
Maybe we could, try to work on what we think the scope actually is and get a number.
I would really.
I'm happy to go to Brian
Yeah.
and essentially say, we're interested in this next project, however, you know, we're balking at that estimate, and so
Mhm.
help us understand how he came up with that estimate.
And when that includes,
What it.
whether it is the full plan or.
That would be very helpful.
Okay, next.
Okay, so we're good with the repair on the West Reservoir.
Why are you bringing this
Yeah.
up?
And
Yes.
then more information on the
Yeah.
other one.
Yeah.
Okay. Here is just a kind of a estimate of all the supplemental budgets that we discussed. Operationally, that's the 40,000 for the code enforcement, the 2 vehicles and equipment is the 1.1. Capital projects is 25, and we agreed to those. That's the server and HVAC. And then water projects, 140, we accepted the 50,000, adding that in, getting more information on the mitigation. So now we're gonna get into the departmental, next slide.
Before we do move, Dave, who's assigned those? Just you?
Already talked about.
Okay, next slide. Looking at legislative, that's expected to go down. Our average for legislative costs have been under close to 60. We're just kind of following that trend, bringing it back down to closer to what we're actually spending there.
We need to zoom out a little bit more. We need to get Jeremy in that picture. She has a pretty good face than I do.
Some noteworthy discussions here is the trend of actual salaries and benefits is lower than what we budgeted for in the past. Travel is down a little bit, and then there's some miscellaneous one-off things. I still left some money in there for miscellaneous, but it's that trend has been down, so I brought it closer to actuals. Next slide. There's an increase of salary and benefits for the judge. This may change last year, kind of last minute is when we got numbers for that from the state. This is not really generated by us at the city. It's more at the state level. We just accept whatever they tell us to put in, but I did put some in there, expectations, so. Next slide. Then I should note up there at the top, just under the title is where the percentage, whether it's going to be an increase or decrease.
That's overall.
Overall for that department. And as you can see from the prior ones, it's been 2%. There's not, these are a lot of the increases just for doing services. Paying for things, cost of things going up.
Before you get too far, Brett, on all of the various departments, the noteworthy line item changes, we show salary and benefits. You know, that conversation about what, you know, merit COLA or market study, we're in process of the market study. So there's a placeholder in here, for salary and benefits that, will be talked about more through the committee structure once we actually have some data from that market study. So we are checking to see how our ranges fit and whatnot, but there's a placeholder now that is generating that.
Not speaking specifically of the percentage, but any salary increases based on merit, cost of living, or both.
It's a joint like it has been the last couple of years. Yep.
Just want to know where we're at.
Yeah. We do have in admin, we did have years of service for some of the employees. So there is it does show more than the salary for the COLA and merit portion of it. Office supplies, specifically postage, has gone up. And so I wanted to show that trend. And it wasn't a lot for postage, but there was a slight increase for that. And obviously, elections and our insurance and surety bonds have gone down a little bit. In relation to the Public Works building, that there was a working part of the insurance, that the completion of that has been done. While it's under construction, our fees for that are a little bit higher for insurance. And so that's just bringing it back down to just having a building that we're insuring. And I do have that supplemental request for the city hall server down there at the bottom.
So Dave, this is saying that administration is only looking for 2%. You have no projects, you have no big purchases, you have no one-time purchases. So only thing that this building is going to get is 2%.
And then.
Right, right.
Yeah, that's exactly what that's saying.
Interesting.
Laptops. Computers.
I've been working with our current IT on creating. Each department does have a little bit of leeway built in right now. But a true laptop replacement program, I haven't set up yet. IT has been super busy with setting up the Public Works building these last few months. I have submitted a ticket to them to come back and discuss this. And I'm hoping over the next month or two, I can sit down with them and get a good idea on the departments, and you may see some changes in the future on that. It is at the top of my list of doing that.
So Public Works, do they have all the equipment then? As part of the bond, did they get new laptops and et cetera?
No.
No,
No.
okay,
We just bought our stuff from the old shop over.
okay. How much do these cost? Like 2,000 each?
It's roughly 2,200, 2,500
Thank you.
for a laptop. That's not including the equipment that goes behind it, your screens and docking stations. That's gonna be the discussion that I have with our IT department when we get to that point. But even from when they were brought on initially, a big portion of their focus is making sure that the public work building is set up for IT.
Thank you.
So Dave, is that going to be an action that's going to be tracked?
The creation of a computer replacement program?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we'll be able to track it. We started getting numbers, and when I talked to our IT department, they said that they can get us a list of age of computers, age of things that we have, and build out a replacement program. So it's just a matter of me sitting down with them.
There's currently money in various departments for equipment, right? There's a line item for equipment, and that's where we've, replaced computers as needed. But to kind of create an overall look at computer replacement and say, here's the amount of money every year, and then divide that up by department so we can, see that like as its own program. That's the intent and the hope there.
So what about that one? The camera. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
They took it out. I don't know if they're gonna replace it. And I mentioned earlier that I think we're down to like 640 resolution instead of even 1080 or 4K. I just didn't know.
Yeah, Lisa has been working with with the web audio visual who put in the cameras and the microphones and everything. Lisa has a little bit more information of talking to them directly, but do you want to bring up the camera and audio system here?
The whole system that we put in is proprietary, which means we can't change providers unless we change the whole system. They're very hard to work with. They don't respond very well, very quickly, and they charge us a whole lot of money.
Tell us how you really feel.
Is that something our IT department would be looking, that we've hired? Would they be able to set us up a similar system and get a price on that? I just know there tends to be things that keep on coming up all year that aren't just from the big departments that happen here. And I'm just trying to make sure
That's a great
those are
question.
being addressed. And
We can ask Tech Legion if they can help us out here and see. knowing it's proprietary, then they may run into the same issue that Hi-Fi is.
They may give us a
But
whole.
they-
Right,
able to-
with the new server, they're gonna be able to handle much more of
Yeah.
the video and
Worth
all of that
looking
kind of
at,
stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Kind of upgrading it, because it's.
And being
Not
part of
high
the
quality.
specs for the servers.
Yeah, very.
Thank you.
Can I make one request with Aunt, but. I mean, there's been times where we've had salary discussions and increased discussions. That have gone not so well and some have gone okay. I would love it if the mayor and Dave came to each committee with a recommendation on that percentage. So. On the.
Golden Merit?
For each department.
For each department, I would love it if it came from you. I mean, ultimately, you're everybody's boss when it comes to that. For that, and then we take it from a committee there, if we agree, we can change it or whatever, I get that, but I would rather start there than have it start 100% at staff level. It has gone a lot easier when you've been involved with that, with Dave.
We've had basic discussions to this point,
Okay.
but it was kind of waiting on the market study conversation.
I understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, just makes life a lot easier than bashing that out in public meetings. Well, we've stopped some meetings, I've stopped a meeting because of that. It's just not that time and place, that's all.
From my perspective, the council should be involved in establishing our market ranges, right? Being able to say, this is the range we pay for the position. And then the conversation of where somebody fits within range. It's somewhat administrative based on the budget that the council adopts.
Okay. Go to the next slide. You'll see that this is just the DCSO, their contract that we have with them. The reason that it dropped because of our emergency operation plan that we've done, we're hoping to have that done before the end of this fiscal year. It's still in process a little bit. We've been working with Brandon's team on that. We do have an estimate for the DCSO. We haven't met with them yet to figure out what that is. I just kind of have a placeholder in there for that.
Can I give a quick update on the emergency operations plan? We talked about this in the committee, public safety committee. There's a couple of contracts that's part of this emergency operations plan that show up in the appendix with local contractors. And that's kind of what we've been waiting on. And the committee basically said, let's adopt the rest of the plan and then work to finalize those contracts, just add them into the appendix when we're done. So you'll see this coming forward. It's been drafted and ready since the end of the year, which was the timeline we had committed to previously. So it's ready to go. It'll come forward to the council minus those kind of final contracts, which we will continue to work to.
Yeah, again, the logic behind that is the plan is sound, but the contracts can change from time to time, so rather than have to redo the whole thing every time a contract, we made those the appendices.
Yep, so. But the cost that we had in the budget last year for the creation of that plan, we don't need again, so that's why that's showing as a decrease on that major line item.
Next slide is the fire.
Ooh, that got someone's attention.
There's just a few increases here and there. For the fire. This will be the last year for the bond payment. So that will decrease some of their expenses. That would be nice to have. There's quite a few firefighters that have years of service this year. So there will be an increase on that side of it. That
Let me help you understand what that means exactly, sorry.
We have a program where we pay, where we offer a bonus for the employees to more tenured, the longer that they've been here.
Is it a
Yeah.
merit? or is it
5-year,
bonus?
5-year, 10-year, 15-year, once you hit that marker, there's a cash bonus.
A cash bonus, okay.
Cash bonus at 5-year,
Got it.
5-year mark.
I'm good. Continue.
Prospectively speaking, since this is the final year of the bond, payment, those funds that have been allocated to them, that's come from the general fund. Do those stay with the fire department for them to use for future expenses, or is that portion of the money now gonna come back to the general fund to be reallocated amongst the needs of the city moving forward?
That would be my expectation.
The bond payments initially were intended to be paid by the public safety impact fee as the first in line to make that payment. When the years when that has not had enough to cover, then general fund has stepped in to help cover.
Yeah.
And that has happened more frequently, especially with that dip there with impact fees, right? They're starting to come back. But what that means is the impact fee portion of the building and the bond,
Stay there.
as we collect impact fees, that still can go back and repay what was their portion of the bond that they haven't paid, will continue to supplement, and we will be able to replenish the general fund that has submitted or that has taken.
Okay, but if we got the Quentin a year earlier, it means that that 10-year turnover also starts a year earlier. So shouldn't it stick? No?
No. It was just how it
Yeah.
was laid out.
Okay.
Right, so there'll actually be a 12-year gap. So when I spoke earlier about 10 years from now is when we'll be having this conversation again.
Uh-huh.
It'll be to make that purchase in 12 years, assuming that lead times are 2 years like they are now. So we would go back to the original schedule. We'll just ride the Quint out 2 years longer than the 10-year plant rotation.
The purpose of my question is to manage expectations in that the department has had a certain amount of revenue or a certain amount of expenditures each year. Next year, we're gonna see a drop, and that's gonna be because they're not putting the monies over to supplement the impact fee to pay out the bond. Rather than, oh, we wanna keep spending that money, so we want more money coming because we have this baseline cost. So that's my expectation is we should see a drop down unless there's some new expenditures that come up.
Yeah, that expenditure of paying the bond will drop off.
Yeah.
And the amount of money that was general fund, we will not have to pay, and the amount that was impact fee that came into fire department to pay it.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly that we can retroactively refund the general fund
Yeah.
over time?
Only the old, to answer Derek's question, you asked her just now, only to the amount that we've had to supplement the bond.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Can it go back into the general fund?
Right.
Otherwise, those impact fees cannot go back.
So we've been tracking that so we can.
Yeah, it all goes back to when Brandon talked about having a capital facilities plan that identifies which portion of a project is based on current residents' needs and future residents' needs. If it's future residents' needs that goes into the project, then impact fees can pay for that. If impact fees are not coming in at a certain level and we have to pay their portion, so to speak, supplement it, then we can come back retroactively as we get future impact fees to cover that. Yeah. So yes, it can be retroactive, and you can prepay impact fees as well for projects.
Thank you. Move to go to lunch?
Seconded.
We're there.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's a stopping point.
Yep.
No, not you. This is what they owe me a portion of that. She says that. Bond to be paid off, in 27. That liability. They didn't pay much of that present.
That's the way it's set up. Where that's the setup that.
Oh.
I get you with my, what you're saying. We're going to calculate how many times general fund money pay for that bond. No. So we'll lose it for like 60 impound. Projects. So you go out and fund for the shady general fund.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't know we wanted our block, but I don't think I look it up. The facility not stuff.
Oh, no, are we? I left and then it ended. So it was great.
Facilities, talk about our. Placing that.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. That's even more time. I appreciate that. Big time.
Qualify.
Yeah.
You know, more sense. I don't know. The way, and I get you can, say you can.
Save me a BLT.
The help the fire department. Then, because then my needs are gonna come out of the general fund anyway. So I guess it's the shit.
Just I can't understand that it's track. What you're not receiving impact, having to pay the all. I'm happy to wait. Yeah, we should, we get away from that and say, we paid other money for it. And now those impact, you know, something else.
And we'll get right back into our retreat discussion and go back to Brett.
Okay.
We go.
Want to throw that at the slide? Doesn't want to. Fire.
We're now.
Start over.
Do we do it as part of this, part of this one? That's actually a fair question. Like 41, or what, 41 or 64?
I'm good. Go to the community services tab.
I'm all in. I'm in.
There we go.
No, I'm great. I ain't doing it.
Okay, moving on to community services. We have an increase in salary and benefits estimated. We do have an individual with years of service there as well. Equipment has gone down, and Comcast, we're hoping by the end of this year, we'll be done with Comcast and have connects at all of our buildings. We started down that road with our previous IT, and that's kind of where it left off, and I'm gonna pick that up again. We have an opportunity to save quite a bit of money if we just switch everything over to Connects with the city. That's where the opportunity.
We're
to-
paying for
we say-
Comcast, which you know, they changed their mind when nobody showed up for the ribbon
There was a ribbon coming?
No, that's when Derek ended up being at the event too.
Oh.
I had ribbon cutting
Right.
at the
Speaking of events, does this include events?
Yes, this department does include all of the events for the city. There, at this point, we're maintaining, we did not increase or decrease the event amounts unless that comes as a request from the committee.
Well, haven't we shown though that every year we've had more and more participants?
You'll have to ask the committee that.
Okay,
I-
Angie?
Change the format though. Less event, better. Less
We're doing
quantity,
just
better
one.
quality.
We're doing just one concert in the park, right?
All right,
Correct.
Or quality.
I'm more talking the cost for Christmas and Halloween, which are two big expenses because of all of the treats and everything. And Easter definitely with all of the eggs we do. If we're having more and more people come in each year, then we probably ought to increase that.
Here you want to fill more egg. Fill more egg.
And she did to change the date though, so we're not competing with.
With other cities,
Less.
that's good.
Shane, what do you care if there's more eggs? You're gonna be on.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta do that one?
Dave, we did talk about, does she know that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks again, Chris.
We've already discussed the
Yeah,
supplemental
great,
budget,
sure.
so I'm gonna change that. Next slide. We do have individuals with years of service in this one. Fleet has increased a little bit. The shared portion for the new building, that's a shared that's something that I kind of want to bring up for all the departments. For having the Public Works building and having everything there. What I decided to do, and I think this is the best way of handling it, is those shared services that they pay for is broken out between the funds, between the departments that utilize the Public Works building. There's things that you can't just say electricity is for streets, or electricity in the building is just for parks or whatever it is. So I broke it out. There's a shared portion between those services. As of current, that shared portion is about $45,000. But it's shared between all RIP funds. So you'll see a little increase where it says that shared portion for new building. That's what that is.
So the $45,000, that's. Explain that a little bit.
Because we have all these new services that we didn't have at the old building. One is electricity,
So is that?
gas, and all of those increased. They actually have a ground that they can walk on.
Yeah.
No, electricity more than doubled
Utilities.
because of the size of the building.
So 45,000 and
Things like
all the utilities to run that building.
Yeah, it includes the utilities and services, the cleaning. Obviously, we didn't have a cleaning crew come in
Right.
to the old building. There was no point. We do have that now. That's an increased cost.
I thought it would be more.
Pest control.
There's a mountain alarm system. There's different systems that we've brought in that we have monthly charges for. Cintas was a big portion of that as well. I'm trying to think of all of the others.
But you think 45 covers all that?
It was between 45 and it rounded up to, I think, about 48.
I'm just curious what the utilities actually are, because they're gonna be significant.
Yes, I do have about a month, 2 months worth to kind of show that, but we're also in winter. From the old building to now, it was more than double for electricity and for gas.
So ever since power's been ran in there during construction, have we been paying that, the city, or was that on BDC?
It was, I think our first bill was December.
Was December?
Yeah, as soon as they set the meter.
I think yeah.
That's when.
They were after,
I can't remember if that was November or December. But I don't have a lot of data to back it up. And so I did
So
some
we're not-
estimates based off that.
Mark, we're not running lights down there 24/7. During that time, I came through there, up South River Drive, late, and they were whole place was lit up.
Yeah, there's.
And I thought to myself, I hope this is on BDC.
The outside lights stay.
Yeah, right. This had all inside lights and everything, in all the buildings.
They're all at timer now.
I bet your lights aren't being LEDs, they're not.
Those are all LED.
That's the whole facility building.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Okay,
I thought it would be more than that.
that's what I've seen. I've kind of been watching the services that do come in, but that's kind of where we're at. It may increase as more services are added, or if there's things that I have missed over the last month. But because the building's so new, I haven't seen all of those. I've tried to track down as much as I could, and that's where I came up with about 48 in total. Going onto parks. Oh,
That's after.
that should be
It
after
started changing.
parks. Okay. That one is really only adding the lawnmower coming out of capital. We have an increase of salaries and benefits. Do you? Okay. Fleets have increased as well. for parks. Other than that, we do have a decrease in trails. There was a large sum of money that was going to trails and tracking that trend. I just kind of brought it down a little bit to show the actual trend. Wayne, you had something?
I have a oh, go ahead. I got an idea that I want to float past the council. It's actually not my idea. It was brought to my attention by a citizen. It has to do with trails. And it's a slippery slope by even bringing it up. No, I'm thinking 1900 that goes up the hill. If we were to change or modify the entrance so that only bicycles, strollers, and walkers, and use that dirt path as a access to get up into Layton for those means, I think Mark was saying we probably have to put a fence up for some agreement. We have the landfill to keep stragglers off, but how does the council feel about making some amenity to our trails program to allow it to be a trail up into Layton? For those who want to navigate to work on a bike rather than going up 89, they can go up there on a bicycle. Or is that a slippery slope and it becomes a road, in which case
Part of the problem is before they did the pipeline, there was a dirt trail that those guys were riding mountain bikes, were taking that down through. And now they're actually going out and going up 89.
I don't think it either. That's why I thought we have an access path there. It's our property, as Dave tells me. We have an obligation to landfill to isolate it, so there might be a cost.
It doesn't get them all the way to Layton.
Okay. Is it private? Is it private property or is it? public?
Mhm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Until that becomes open to the public. we would-
Marlo.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'd let you put a trail through.
Especially once I tell
I
them.
will find out.
I don't know, that's not a 2027 project, and maybe it's something we can get the Parks Committee to look at and maybe come back with a plan and an estimate and time frame and do something like that. That's my only thought on trails. Sorry.
I like that idea.
Yeah, we heard.
Yeah, just.
I disagree mainly because right now we do have private property up there, but also as that area develops up there, that's a huge trucking and industry. So like you were saying, going up 89, at least everybody's going the same direction that way. You dump them out into basically a Freeport center. I don't think that's gonna. Yeah, I've been to a Freeport center lately. I'm just saying, as a city park, I don't want to see, or park, city trail, I don't want to see it go up into there, so.
Oh, sorry.
As somebody who sees bikers come past my house every single day, people are utilizing this connection. I know it doesn't go straight over the hill. People that are using it.
Yeah,
Orange Road.
All the time.
The road pretty. Yeah.
Frontage Road, okay. I just received that email too about the bike path up there. I feel like it's a very slippery slope. I feel like if you open that up a crack, it's just gonna have a problem. So I really don't want to do that. Is
I like
it
that.
chicken or is it putting up a good defense? Bring it up.
Really? Yeah, I'll stand right behind her.
Yeah.
But no, we had wars in the city. We don't need to refresh those right now, so I just don't think it's a good time for it. Either way, I'll say no. That's the beauty of this.
Time to move them.
So with the closure of the land here, that's their intent, is because nothing can go on that, you know, park or whatever. Their intention is having trails that will come down through there, be part of that, so.
I agree.
So
I know.
You said so.
You've said so do I.
So
Four times now.
I get a 3.
Still only one vote.
That might be something we want to at least discover or plan, not execute on, but yeah. Okay,
I
so that's something that we could, the Parks Committee can discuss.
Done?
That's you and I,
Who's on the parks then?
Angie and I.
We would like that to be part of the general plan.
Right.
But that's not
We will
happening
do
until
it.
May or June.
If the committee, I hear three to two, so it's like, okay, it has some merit. Maybe we can further the discussion on the committee level, and maybe bring something back in time. As to what would be the benefits and negatives or something like that.
Well, I guess from a process standpoint, are we asking the committee to talk about it, or are we asking this to be part
Well, I
of
was
the
asking
general
if it's a
plan
viable
discussion?
option. It sounds like it might be. And if it's a viable option, then what thought process needs to go behind it before we actually bring something forward that has financial and other obligations behind it? So I think it's something the committee ought to vet out a little bit more and then bring something back to the council for further discussion. My opinion.
Is this something that should be a parks discussion or a recreation? Knowing recreation has been determined by our recreation programs. Would that fall under parks?
I just saw trails on the parks, and that's why I thought it was parks, but if it's recreation, I don't. Yeah.
Should that still be under park? If public works is being.
Well, it's more recreational, so I think it should go into rec, but,
I am.
and we'll
happy
bring it
with
up.
I think it should be on parks, because then we got a positive and a negative. If it's on rec, then it's two negatives and it ain't gonna go anywhere.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but they can bring back her. We can handle it.
So Parks is gonna vet it
I would think.
and bring back, what does it really mean to say, use it as a.
Let's go take a walk.
Oh, great, let's do it. Follow-up question, Mayor. When are they planning on closing the landfill? What's their
You
timeline?
really want a road up there?
Well, I think-
Seriously?
I'm down, but.
Wow.
The right thing, yeah.
Wow.
But
It's been moved out a little bit more.
Wow.
Really being is because the board up there put a lot of pressure on them to stop out of district waste coming in up there. And finally, we raised the rate. And so out of district waste dropped way off. So with that not coming in up there, right now they're saying that landfill could go another 10 years further than what they proposed.
This whole side of the full.
But they might, this is
Yeah.
full and capped and closed. So if, we could approach them and say, look, what are you thinking of maybe doing trails or something out there? And I think probably, that might even be in part of their cost. That's how they would.
When is your next board meeting? Can you have that before our next park meeting?
We just had one. So it's gonna be, I think it will be, so our next one isn't until March.
I don't think there's a rush on it. I just wanted to bring it up as a general discussion. I didn't get temperament over
The
the.
possibility where this is capped and closed and it's all not that way now. So,
We're excited about,
We're
sure.
taking two on.
It's not a
Like I
fight,
say,
it's just a discussion.
they've got money. that
We see it differently.
aside for when it's
You see tomorrow.
capped and finished, what they do with it. So, that could be-
Thank you.
Good discussion.
Now shut up so we get on. Explorer.
Okay, moving on.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Moving on to recreation. There's very little, we sat with Curtis, Dave and I did. And there's a lot of things that we moved around, cut, added to show that we're being as fiscally responsible for the rec fund and the status that it's in. Constantly having to use fund balance to supplement their costs. This is kind of where we landed. It's less than 1% increase for them. I think we did a great job. Curtis did a great job on defining what we could cut and where we needed to add stuff.
Good job, Curtis. Here's one.
Yep. Man.
This is also the bond payment did increase for this last year, but also this is the last year for the bond payment coming from REC. That would be right now a savings of about $80,000 a year coming out of REC once that bond payment is done.
Well, do we go back in our discussion? I know it still leaves us in the negative, but then that money becomes starting to get set aside for your HVAC. Cause that's the
Yeah.
kind of money you're talking you need every year.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're 800,000 probably. Do a full deal.
But right now, the rec program is,
It's not a little deal.
right now, the rec program is $80,000 underfunded, so.
I get that. You're still gonna have to be underfunded.
Yeah.
But that money's eventually got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, so the money's just.
And I mean, way over than that might be 500, but it's not a little number. It's a half, plus probably that full HVAC system. It's not changing the fund. It's a big thing.
Literally.
Mhm.
It's gotta be a shared cost.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
It does have to be shared, but
Yeah.
if that's a way to fund it faster.
Yeah. Well, I agree.
And approaching the school
Yeah.
district. Anyway. I didn't
It
mean to put a tangent,
ultimately-
I'm just
no,
throwing
that's
that
fine.
out
That was a
there.
good one. Very
I
good.
think it ultimately comes down to whether or not that's impact fee eligible.
And that's what I would think it was, cause that's. part of the
I
bill.
would think it
Yeah,
would
I
be
would think
too.
so.
Otherwise, you have to bond for something.
Brandon?
Impact fees has just quite a bit of
Hard to say.
restriction, yeah.
We probably ought to figure that out
They're
then.
gonna, I mean,
If
it
that
works,
can-
on the face, it looks like maintenance, but
Well, but that's not moving.
Yeah.
That's.
But it also isn't about servicing new residents. And that's what impact fees are for.
Right.
And so that's
I
the
get
one.
it.
you just need the study to back it up and then.
It's $90,000 for the study.
We're not hiring.
I wish I'd be involved. I'm just.
Fighting or me, I can throw it back in my face.
No.
That would be one full time. Yeah, I mean, more, I'm not that cheap.
One thing I did want to bring up, going back to a decrease in the admin service fees. I've done a study, what I did is for 25 and 26, we kind of left the admin services across the board as they were. It wasn't until earlier this year that I actually found where the calculations were from my predecessor. And so they have been updated this year. And the rec fund had been paying more than their share based on the allocation that was created. So for them this year, that actually went down a little bit, a few $1,000s. So that's a benefit for them. That's one of the things that I found where we could cut some of those expenses, and that helped in that aspect. So you'll see other funds, the admin service fee has actually increased. I kept the same process throughout all of it, using what was used in the past. The percentages were the same. It's just the dollar figure that changed based on salaries and benefit expenses, so. Next slide. There's a decrease in total, 15% for water. Yes, the salaries and benefits increase based on our study. There's a fleet increase, the Sheridan portion increase. When we were based on water purchase, I haven't got the full numbers from them, but based on the trends, I expect an increase there. The 1375 project and the other studies that were related to water are done or will be done before the end of the fiscal year. And so that's where that big decrease over time has been. For the current year, from last year to next, it'll be that 1375 project decrease.
Didn't we reduce our Weaver Basin water purchase price?
We're gonna sell some water.
Yeah.
We're working on that.
Okay, sorry.
It's not done.
I thought that was done.
The end of the row.
Yeah, until I get those numbers, I just kind of built it in a little bit in case something happened, but at this point, I don't have that number. And we did approve the West Reservoir repair for that, so that will increase the expenses on that. Going on to sewer.
That was water, by the way.
Sewer, there's a few that have years of service here, so that'll cause a little bit of an increase, but overall, we're maintaining the services that we are providing at this point within sewer.
Have you heard anything from Central Weaver about rate increases that seem to be annual late?
I have that built into here, but I haven't heard of any.
Rod, have you heard anything on the council?
They were denied last year, property tax increase they want.
Okay, so you think they're gonna apply that to rates this coming year?
I'm sure they'll make sure they get in that on time this year.
Kevin.
And they had a 5-year goal and they were, rather than raise it all at once, they were trying to stretch it out over 5 years. And, so that will delay that one more year. I think this year was gonna be the last year. And now that'll probably be next year. But they've got. And they're just wrapping up some real big projects out there. Can't see anything new coming down the pipeline for quite a while. They haven't already got budgeted, so. But they will have that at least.
And I know that the state legislator is trying to play around with some things in the districts, but doesn't look like that's going to be moving forward. So.
You'll notice that there's a decrease in the equipment and supplies. That's the one-time purchase of the recycling.
Next slide.
Oh, sorry, next slide.
Didn't notice anything.
Getting ahead of you guys. Wasatch integrated fee has increased as well. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was $1. They went from $7.20 to $8.20.
For what?
Tipping fee, that's a tipping fee.
Do we have to give them a tip?
If you want your garbage tip, yes.
Straight.
Was that Robinson or was it
The tipping fee?
Robinson is hauling and then when we get there to.
Yeah.
Those are called.
Okay, let's go back. It was, they were gonna wait, I think that we were talking about recycling.
They did hold it back
They were
then.
postponing.
They
They
postponed
postponed
it
it,
last
and
year.
that's what this.
Okay.
Yep, last year,
Starting 27.
I'm back up to speed.
those that didn't do recycling, it bumped up to $8.20 last year. Because we did recycling, we got one more year. On that, we got that pushed back one more year. So that's coming up this coming year. Next slide. Storm drain is just expected a 1% increase. We did have a project, the storm drain audit, that was complete. That was a big portion of that fee or the expenses this current year. And we have no projects in there. That's the admin services the shared admin services that are across all departments.
So that's different.
Yeah.
Let's go back to sanitation for just a minute. There's a couple of things that I want that would be worth mentioning. The district just did. The district did, I don't know if you're aware of this, they just did receive the grant. A government grant, federal grant, $3.4 million to improve and enlarge their green waste program up there. So they're going to be doing that, which will then allow more cities. Right now, there's only been, I think, 3 cities that have been able to have a green waste program to take it on. Now this will allow them to take on 3 more cities. One of them would be South Weaver if we do it. Potentially. discussing that, but this federal grant money covers the green waste can, so it would not be in the residents, we would have to charge them for the can. We would include the can, and, at one time they were saying be about $2 more.
You're jumping ahead of us, Mayor. We have slides all about that. But I'm not gonna stop you.
That's ultimately the question is, do we want to take advantage of this grant and talk green waste?
Apparently there's a slide on it. And now you're
We
making
can-
me forget what my other.
Did you want to talk about that now?
We
talk about
can't,
that
we
now.
can talk about it now.
The mandated, so everybody just has to.
No.
There's no mandate.
Which slide it is on hers.
Line number
Yeah,
61. So if you hit
In
61
the,
enter, I think it
wintertime,
goes straight to it.
We just need to let them figure
Like, Brandon, we were talking about this the other day, they do it. Yeah. In Kaysville. And so it's green waste for so many months during, when you have that green waste. Then the other months just turned into another garbage can. And then you can use regular garbage. Maybe you were like on, not on my radar. People who make decisions.
Oh.
But don't laugh about it.
You go set in.
So here's the slide. It does have some summary information here. Just basic though. You've already brought up Wasatch Integrated covers the cost of the can. It does become a city service and ownership from that point on though.
So you still have can replacement.
So can replacement costs, assembly and distribution of the new cans would all be on us, or if we hired Robinson again, that's an option. We have reached out to Robinson.
Grant cover.
Yeah, I thought.
Assembly.
They told us that we met with them this week.
Oh, you did, okay.
And they said the city would be on the hook for assembly and delivery.
So they can't.
At the cost of.
Cost of the cans is what this grant would cover, which, yeah, that would be, yeah, approximately $60,000 to $70,000. So one way to think about it is if we're gonna add green waste to our services at some point in the near future, this would be a timely moment because they would cover that startup cost. for those
Right
cans.
now, our startup cost is
And then there'd be an ongoing cost, a monthly utility fee for all the same elements of the garbage and recycling. So you've got your hauling fee from Robinson, you've got your tipping fee at Wasatch Integrated. You've got the administrative elements of utility billing and whatnot, the replacement can fee, all of that totaled, estimated right now, we're saying it'd be under $10 a month. We hope that it would be under $8 a month for one can of green waste. With all of those kind of elements of that service cost. It's a little bit dependent on take rate because Robinson's hauling rate is dependent on numbers. They just got us that yesterday, so we weren't able to add that to it. It was later in the day. So to the point of, do we want to even pursue this and keep looking at it? Maybe the committee can dig into numbers and present options like we did with recycling.
As long as it's opt.
That's what I was gonna say, as long as it's an option.
Opt in or opt out.
Yeah, as long as it's either one, really, as long as they don't have to be mandated into it, then it's people's choices, whether they wanna pay the $10 or more. It's a preference there.
So Wasatch, and they can have more than one. Wasatch and Robinson kind of view the take rate situation and opt out a little bit differently. As we talked with Wasatch Integrated, they said, as long as it's opt out, we're good. You can do whatever. You could have it be a short period of opt out, or anybody can opt out at any time. They're good with it. without having the chance to talk to Robinson, just seeing their document with numbers in it, they talk about needing to have a certain kind of understanding of how many cans they're gonna have. And so they may want a window of time to opt out, just like we did recycling. And so we'll need to work through those details, but on the whole, the question is whether or not we want to take advantage of that grant and add that service now, if we ever planning on doing that or something.
Also, so that more people sign up for it, then you also get lower costs, right?
Yeah, so for Robinson, yeah, again, I don't know them off the top of my head. I'd have to look at it, but there's those bands of if you're over 25% to 50% ish, and 50 to 75 or 80, and then 80 and above. Wasatch Integrated does expect closer to about 50% of a take rate, not like the recycling, which was in the 85% range. So there is a little bit of a difference there. That's not including any places where like the HOA is taking on the yard service for their area. They would not necessarily be included in this. They wouldn't need a green waste or townhomes or things like that. So there's elements to it where it's not just the total number of utility accounts and 50% of that. There's some nuance to the calculation, but the other big piece of this is that they're planning on this service starting in March of 27. So that it would be the year 2027, that spring, summer would be when they'd roll it out. So not this summer right now, in a year. They officially need to get their letter of acceptance for the grant. They've been verbally told, yes, you're gonna get it. We're gonna get you the documentation. They haven't received that yet. And so there's a few timing elements that are still up in the air, but they should have that by April. They said
If they wanna only take on 12 cities, though, 3 cities, whatever. We probably would have to, in the next sometime, give them a.
Yeah.
Or you may not have that option.
Well, and I know when we did the recycle one, we heard a lot from people that were saying, why couldn't this have been green waste instead?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this would be, yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, we'll continue to pursue the details on that and work through the utilities committee. Present those options like we did last year.
Yep, I think it's good.
Okay, moving on. We just finished storm drain. Next, the transportation one. There were a lot of projects coming out of the transportation fund that caused it to decrease. There are certain limits that we have set aside to pay for street projects and curb and gutter. There was a lot of, in this current year, that we brought from the prior year. We rebudgeted a good portion of those amounts. So that's why you see a big drop from the current year to next year for that. Next slide. Going into fleet. There was a big decrease in fleet because of the one-time use of ARPA funds to pay for that Quint payment. But overall, there was an increase in lease charges. And also, as discussed, this is where the Quint portion is coming out of. Next slide will show the current year fleet that they're switching out this year, and then the rotation for next year. Those with an asterisk next to it is either already being upfitted and or we have already ordered those. Or in general, yes, we have seen an increase in the fund balance from the fleet fund. Which rate that's at, it's kind of hard to tell because we switched fleet companies halfway through the year last year. And so we barely have a year's worth of data, and we haven't switched out too many vehicles in that time frame to kind of give a definitive yes, but overall, I see it as a program where we are slowly increasing our fund balance to get to one point saying, yes, we can buy this vehicle right out and put it on our own rotation rather than going through a lease company to do that.
Okay, but I thought that at least a couple of years ago, you guys were working on actually keeping track of the cost of the vehicle when we purchase it, cost of the lease itself, I should say, and then the resale back, and that we were going to see if we're getting really as much as they claim we would be getting.
That's where that new fleet company came in, halfway through that process. And so what happened is we basically started all new vehicles that were on the lease program when we switched over to that company. So the amount that was owed at that time, that became the new lease amount. Not just the value of the vehicle, but the interest and principal that we owed on that vehicle now became the new amount owed for that vehicle. So there was, it's hard to come up with a good number when we've switched companies to get to that point, but.
But if we sell the vehicle itself, we can either base that on the previous one, which would give us an idea of whether or not it's an effective program. Did we?
had 3 that we sold.
Yeah.
And we felt that what we got out of them were
Yeah,
staying on the lease.
Okay. Okay.
yeah, at this point, we've only
We've only
sold three
sold
vehicles
3.
Oh, okay,
under the new lease that we have. In the prior one, we had sold a few, but those were vehicles that we owned.
yeah.
So really, we've only sold 3 vehicles under the new lease fleet program.
So we need to give it a good another year. Cause
Or
we're
two.
got a lot of vehicles getting switched out. That'll give us a better idea.
This year,
Right.
it was a pretty good idea.
Okay.
We'll have a better idea after we switched all of our.
So all of these are getting sold when you get them.
Mm-hmm,
Correct.
I'm really curious what we end up with.
Yeah.
Out of like our rough truck.
mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, because those still to me are kind of a bigger apparatus.
Yeah.
Sorry, but it is,
Yeah.
for the amount of use on them, it'll be very, because they're in still great condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. what we-
Operationally, if I was stuck with those, I'd be happy.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious if we can get the right amount of money out of some of those types that I use.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Or if they need-
Mark beats the heck out of his, so.
And there is that option that we can look at. Do we want to have every vehicle at a 3-year rotation, or can some of them be at
Well,
3,
we-
5, 10,
The brush
depending
trucks
on the
we
larger
decided not to.
larger vehicles? But
We kind of did talk about the rest truck putting them a little farther out, but it'll be interesting to see what we do. That may change our mind, or I don't know.
And could we formalize this a little bit? Because I don't think that I don't think we're going to get the same amount of information, at least that I would look for, in just looking at the fund balance and going, okay, this is how much difference over the past 5 years. It would be interesting to see by the vehicle itself, and to see mileage, all of these kind of things, so we can actually and keep that program going. I mean, this wouldn't just be a one-time thing. This would let us know as we're going through these leases. I don't think it would take that much work. So, but I could be wrong easily.
yes, we'll look into it. Thinking about it, I think it will take a little bit more time.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't take, and it may just be calls to our fleet company. They have a lot of that detail. But gathering the mileage and things like that'll take some time. We do track it once we get ready to sell it. We gather that.
And that's all it would be
Yeah.
is at the end, is at the sell itself, not
Yeah.
not monthly go and check
So
that.
a lot of it we may be doing already. It would just be showing.
Yeah,
that
putting it together.
detail.
Okay.
As I understand it, you're essentially asking for like a vehicle sale report of how much was the vehicle when we started it, right? How much have we paid?
Mhm.
How much did we have to pay off the remaining balance?
Yeah.
What did we end up with as a
Yeah.
revenue source at the end?
Yeah, very
Just
simple.
By vehicle.
Yeah,
Whoever is tracking, whoever tracking it, it's the only way any of us can analyze it.
Yeah.
If it's even a file program,
Yeah.
and go back to having someone in-house manage that program.
and I thought that's what we were doing. That's why I'm saying let's formalize it, or
Yes.
so it stays the way we're doing it.
But if we make that kind of an annual report as part of this, which vehicles did we rotate? What was their sale price? You know, things like that.
Okay.
I think that, if I understand correctly, then we can take that on as staff and provide that information.
Yep, we'll do that. This is the LBA. You'll see that we've spent the money. We've done the project. At this point, the LBA will just be maintaining the payments. Moving on to major projects. This one is actually, this is actually Wayne's request. Is your 10-year capital improvement plan. I just took a snapshot of what that looks like. I know it's small. Did we want to take a second to pull up that link?
Yeah, I think we do. There's a lot of power in this document, and Wayne has worked with staff to help us understand that power, because I know he used it in his work life previously. And so Lisa, you can click on either the image or that link at the bottom, and it should take you to the spreadsheet itself. The idea is that at the very top of the spreadsheet, you see beginning capital fund balance, and this is for capital projects fund, right? So the water and the sewer and the other enterprise funds will need to be tracked separately because those funds don't mix. But for all of our general fund services, this would act as the radar, so to speak, and be able to see what are we anticipating in a current fiscal year, and then what projects are anticipated over, 10 years. And I think the 3 to 5 year window is probably pretty solid. After that, then it's just planning and anticipation. And the hope would be that every year, the council would be able to look at this and talk through it and say, these are the projects that we want to do this year, or we want to push them off a couple of years. It's the prioritization conversation. But at the top, you see beginning capital fund balance. And then if we're going to add any money to that year over year, gives a total fund balance, and then available funds for the request, yes or no. Basically, it compares how much money do we have. Row 5, exactly, to the summary of the summation of all of the fund requests for that year. So do we have money to cover it, yes or no? And it's a quick and easy way to look and see what projects are coming down the line by area of the general fund, which department, right? Administration, community services, recreation, it gets down into parks, public safety, and it has a list of projects by year with an anticipated cost that then can sum up into that. Do we have money to do it that year or not? And we can see what year we may run out of money, just as was kind of talked about earlier in the day. So this spreadsheet, I think, can really become a powerful tool for us over time as we build it out, as we add the Parks Master Plan projects and have some of those true capital facilities plans for our general fund.
Next, let's go to the next slide.
Oh, I need to take a moment.
Do you want me to take this? This is, yes, it has. I have taken time with each department. Parks has been a big one this year in updating the numbers going forward for them. But it has been a lot of work. I do plan on doing it for the other enterprise funds to show the projects that we have within those departments.
above what you put in, you've got about $300,000 additional dollars. Coming year fiscal year 31, you add that 300 to it, you get 600. Now 31 becomes doable. Yeah.
Yes.
You got an additional 20,000 to make sure that you capital. It's that kind of a planning.
Yeah, I think, as I see it, future retreats really could be more of a focus on this document from a capital project planning standpoint than, kind of the departmental operational budgets that we seem to focus on and go through. There's always that balance between current operational needs and future capital needs and how much money we put toward them, as was discussed already. But this, I think, will become the centerpiece of much of our conversation moving forward of the idea of, I didn't know that project was being talked about. Well, we should, because it's been on the list for 5 years, moving closer and closer to when we plan on fund it.
Everything that's not on here. How each project is prioritized. Why is it in fiscal year 1 and fiscal year 5? Something that might be something you can articulate to the council that unless you want to put a quantitative notion up there, which is out of the concept of support and I can see what's wording. I think right now what you got is a very good leading document to back up why you put project X and you put Y. To the council.
My intent is that in showing this to you now is going to each committee and bringing this up, saying, okay, what does Parks want to do right now? What does Rec want to do right now? And then I'll be able to combine all of that into this document and present it to the council.
As we talk about priority, I think Wayne brings up definitely a good point, being able to put in the why of all of those, why it got a certain rating. But I don't think that should be the rating. I think it still has to go to council to have a decision level also. So here's what the numbers say we should be doing, and here's what
What it comes down to is we get to be the backstop, because you're gonna have one area, say Rex, because you got it up there, and Parks. And let's say we don't have enough money. Now, those two communities are pretty adamant about what they want, but now they have to compete against everything else in the city. What really takes precedence, project A or B in that given year? That's where the give and take. You don't have to do all that. You can kind of work with the committees, and then the committee works with the council, and we can help guide you in that decision.
Yep.
I've heard members of the council say over the last few years, kind of two things. We've got to understand the priorities of the request this year, but also what does that look like in the long term and the priorities over time? And I think this document helps us in both of those. We can align center justified and, up and down with how that's going to work. And staff comes across things, we can say, hey, here's a project we weren't aware of, we didn't know about, let's put it on this as a planning tool. And then it goes through committee and council can understand what staff's running into, and then have the long-term planning aspects of it. So
I would like that if we can get to that disciplined of a level of, oh, look, hey, this we want to now do to stop. Don't just take it out on money this year because we have it, but put it into the system so we can see how it affects the future.
Yeah, and with this project, you can create a bunch of graphs real quick.
Getting it in this type of a format it's taken some time. Wayne has helped us with this a lot, and appreciate the format that he understood and was able to help us get to. But I really think it's awesome. I really think there's great power in this way of thinking.
This is leading many of the class 1 cities. They don't do this. It should be doing it. You're class 5 city, you're miles.
Thank you.
You can't go over though. It's you can't go over. It gets me really excited about future planning conversations and prioritization of projects. And again, this is just general fund and capital projects, water and sewer and whatnot, has its own discussions, but general fund can sometimes assist and, yeah.
It takes the emotion out of it. And what it does for you as staff, we're not gonna be here. You're gonna have different chemistry up here, and you're gonna have different priorities and preferences up here. You can always go back to this document, take emotion out of the conversation, and say, well, here's what we're doing. If you put it up for, here's the case that's gonna happen. And that's logic there. You can't have something and manipulate or monopolize the future of the city without having consequences. No, not having that. Well, this is gonna pay the dividends for you and future staff. As long as it's maintained.
As long as it's maintained, yep.
Okay. Go on to the next slide.
The moment you've all been waiting for.
This is where I pass it off to Brandon and Dave. Is the 7375 project.
All right, Brandon, you ready?
Okay, this is what you.
I'm giving you the mic.
Have I? Yeah. Yes, I'm very excited about this. This should not be new. I actually think that the first estimate we did for a widening and improvement of this road was back in 2019. It's been on the radar for a long time. You can see up there, the street portion would be that you would be widening 7375. The pavement width would match the width of the road that's currently coming into it. The pavement width that'd be like 36 feet. The pavement width on 925 would be like 35 feet. So they would essentially be very, very similar. The right of ways are a little bit different, but we'd still have curb and gutter and sidewalk on both sides of those roads. That's the street portion. Any questions about that? That's
all the way.
both sides, yes. There would be a park strip on the north side of 7375. It would be the sidewalk could be adjacent to the curb on the south side of 7375 and on both sides of 925. Correct. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. 1250 is exactly the same as 925. They're both 50-foot right of ways. Okay, next. So we have two capital projects that were identified in our capital facilities plan. One's on the current plan, one's on the updated plan to come. But basically extending or replacing the water line in 925, and then in South Weaver Drive, that line is an old line that we'd like to get rid of. That's on the long-term plan. So because it's related to these two roads, it felt like including it with this project is the best use of the money. So the water, you can see kind of, I can see it. Hopefully you can see there's an orange line in South Weaver Drive. You see the extent of where that starts and stops. And then the blue line in 925. Those are the two lines. That's water. Storm drain is a significant project. So it would start from the end of the new road that went in with Castle Cove Phase 1. So it goes all the way down 7375, all the way down 925, and then all the way down South Weaver Drive and down to Canyon Meadows Drive to where our next storm drain is that we could connect to. So that's, yes. Well, if we go to the next slide, is that what you're thinking?
Yep.
Okay. So we do have a potential option to be able to take the flows at 925 north, depending on the timing of future development. So that, but the project itself, if that is not a viable option, and right now it's very much up in the air, if we were going to be advancing this project, my recommendation would be that we only advance it if we have enough, if we're comfortable spending enough money to take the storm drain all the way down like originally anticipated. And then if this becomes a viable option, because there's a huge timing element to that, you can't put in storm drain that you don't have a place to take it to. So you can't just drain it down to the end of the line and yeah. Well, that, yeah, that's not my recommendation. My recommendation would be the way to do it right is to actually have a place where it can drain to. So, yeah, I mean, yes, a temporary retention basin, because that's essentially what you'd have, would be an option if we have property to put on. That's all I'm saying is we don't know, we don't have answers for that right now. So that's why my feeling would be you'd want to try to fund the whole thing. If it becomes an option, then or once it becomes an option, we could pursue that. If it didn't become an option, you'd have enough money to do the original scope. Cheaper to go north through the new development. Yes. Yes, the cost for going north I don't have because it would depend on how much upsizing is needed. What does their development actually require versus what we'd be adding to it? Yes. Right, we would be paying for upsizing is typically how it's handled. But I'm just telling you, I don't know what that cost would be, but my gut tells me it would be significantly less. So that's all I can tell you at this point. That's all the only information I've got. Yes. Now, the one thing I will say though, yes. Yes, that's why I'm telling you, I definitely think it's a better way to go. It's just very preliminary at this point. I don't perceive there is one. I think it's, yeah, that is, yeah, time. Yeah, because we just don't have a certainty of when that will happen. But as far as like from a design perspective and an operational perspective, it's definitely better to go north. What original pipe?
Yeah, the pipe that word.
The water? I don't think that it's not like emergency like this year or next year. I mean, but the longer you go, the more that you'll have breaks and things on it. So there's just, some of those costs you could avoid by doing it sooner than later. Correct. Yes, that is the message and it's really the storm drain. Because you're not going to put in curb and gutter without piping to collect your stormwater. And if you don't have a place to take your stormwater, then you really can't do it. So that's kind of been, I mean, that's the same message I've been saying for the whole time. That's why it hasn't been done yet, is because there's such an infrastructure need for the storm drain before you can really do the road. The road is not the biggest cost, but you really can't do that till you've got the underground to support it. Yeah. There isn't any existing. No, the only thing that's there, yeah, is just some curb and gutter on South Weaver Drive. Yes, this is a portion of the city where there is no storm drain infrastructure. Yes. So, now I will just say that if we are able to go north, that doesn't remove the need for still having a storm drain line in South Weaver Drive, but it's the criticality of that need can be put off. That's a word that Wayne and I love, yeah. So there you go. Right, and then we would just, right, but that, at that point, it wouldn't be something that we need. Right now, we need 73, 75, and 925 done. The rest of it could just come whenever development wants to do it. Yeah. Yes.
But that's where all this water we're doing now tied into. There's all- yeah.
Right. Right. And that, again, that's why we do these long-range planning documents, is so that we can make choices now that will be in place to help us in the future. So, all right, next. So here are the numbers. Yeah.
Now you know why we're talking about it.
Yep. Yes. So I updated the cost estimate from last year. It went up about 150 grand, I think is all. When you're, I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to minimize, it. No, please don't misunderstand. But I do, we do our very best to try to estimate what we think it's going to cost. You really don't know for sure until you actually bid it out. But based on our estimates, this is where we're at. Now this first slide lists it by location. So it's all of the utilities and the road by location. So 925 East, 7375, all means the water lines, the storm drain, and the road. So you're about 2 million for that. But you can't just end it there, right? So that's why in Canyon Meadows Drive, you've got the storm drain going down that road. In South Weaver Drive, for just the water portion, was about 700. And then in South Weaver Drive, east of 925 was about 600. And then west, I tried to isolate that number. So west of 925 was about 837. So if you took Canyon Meadows and 50 cents, yes. I round those, well, I just put them down so that they total up, but they come to the right total. Yes. Thank you, Wayne. So if you take the west of South Weaver Drive and Canyon Meadows Drive, the 337 and the 837, add those up. If we were to be able to go north, those would not be needed at this point. Well, I mean, there's temporary solutions, but my advice typically is that you just try to put in the long range solution so you don't pay for it twice. Yeah.
Similar RV buried there. Yep. Yeah. So would that not be a viable solution to storm drain water?
I mean, that is not typically the way that you approach large.
Well, it cannot be typical.
No.
Is it more viable than spending $2 million on a pipe?
My opinion is, I don't think that that would be a good long-range solution. Yeah. Right now, we're already just. Yeah. Well, I mean, one other thing to consider is when you put water into the ground. When you put water into the ground, you can't always account to where it's going. And you have basements in the neighborhood. And so there are just some things about that that I don't know are really good long-term solutions. Yeah, I mean, this is just my engineering, I guess, opinion or judgment. Yeah.
And this is why the river system.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so. Yes, I guess that's my recommendation, is that this is the best way to go. It doesn't mean there's not other options. I guess, yeah, my opinion would be this is the best option.
I've got a really stupid question. Impact fees?
Yes.
So they'll take care of it?
Let me go to the next slide. All right, so if you look down the fund column, that first column, you'll see that it's broken out into streets, the tough portion, streets, which is just Class C and other funding, because the tough just takes care of maintenance, and the other class takes care of more of like the capital end of things, so the widening of the road and whatnot. Water utility would just be paying for, so there's no impact fees associated with any of the water lines. Again, those lines are being replaced because they just need to be replaced, not upsized because of future development. But the storm drain, yes, the storm drain is, there's a significant portion that is impact fee eligible. And then the last is storm drain that's just utility, meaning the portion of the storm drain that just serves existing needs, not future development. So you'll see that in the second column on the cost estimate that it adds up to the same number that was on the previous slide. Now, this is the hard work that Brett did, which I really appreciate. He took the time to go through and figure out what are the available amounts in those funds. Now, under notes, you'll see at the bottom, there is a credit of 125 grand roughly of money we've already collected for fee in lieu of other developments in the area who've paid into when we do this project. I know that doesn't look like much, but it's at least what we've been able to collect over the years. So that's not reflected in these numbers, but that would just lower the total by 125, right? In the available funds column, it also reflects all of the other obligated funds plus the 180 days of cash on hand. So what's listed as available is already taking out all the other things that have been accounted for. Yeah.
Keep all of our available cash on hand that we set up.
Yes. Yes, except this is, yeah, this. Yes, right. So then the balance column is basically tell the story that you can see there. If you look per fund, we do have enough money in all of those funds other than the storm drain impact fee, which is still a big number. But there's enough in there to actually be able to do the project other than the impact fee. So the options with the storm drain impact fee would just be, it gets borrowed from a different fund. And then as you collect your storm drain impact fees, you just pay back that fund. There, yes, if you borrowed it immediately, you still have a balance of 271.
From all of those other funds, so I'm gonna put them down to zero.
Yes.
How long would the impact, sewer impact be paid back that $1 million? 5 years payback.
But
It's,
but if we can work with a certain developer, which I think is pretty. Time the project. You almost. You put out 800, let's just say it's 800,000.
That's what I was thinking of, and my solution is, you want to say, you can wait for that. People are talking to, hey, here's what the road's gonna go, this is where the city wants the road, we're gonna put the sewer in right now. You just gotta cover foot.
Only if we get done, then where does that water go if they haven't started? If we want them to start.
No, we take it all the way out.
yeah, and that's a possibility, except that the road where it would go is, yeah, there's a lot of, and you need to, you got to build it up. You got a ton of fill that you got to bring in. No. No, and we don't want to, we want to be, yeah, we want to be careful about all of that, just to make sure that, they approach us with their development, and then we can talk about how we could work together. Yes, yes, and they would need that road connection. It has to be in their phase one, because in order to build any homes, you've got to have a second connection. So that has to be number one. So that probably will not be a difficult conversation, but it's a lot of money up front for them to just do their first phase, and they still aren't. I mean, they're still working out with UDOT, like the actual location, and so that, I mean, this is very preliminary, but yes, that might make this project a lot more feasible sooner than later. The other, so you could look at putting it in this next fiscal year to begin July 1. We have already done like 90% of the design, and so it wouldn't be difficult to bid it here this spring if you felt that would be advantageous. Otherwise, you could maybe put it off one more year, wait for the development to potentially have more legs to it, and then that timing might work out a little bit better. It might. I mean, those are always the downsides of waiting.
And the contractor, well, I spring can, or sooner than later, and did it, we have all the numbers in front of us. We don't have to award it.
Well, my only caution with that would be, I really wouldn't bid it unless you are serious about maybe doing it. You don't want, because this is a big project, you wouldn't want contractors, I think, to basically get ready to do it, thinking that that you're really serious, and then you back off. That's my only caution to that. I would really like to bid it to know, like, where are we really at as far from a bid perspective on these items, because you could have a swing of $500,000 or more. It could be less that much. It's just hard to know. It's hard to know until you actually bid it, because there's a lot of things that contractors take into consideration when they bid things that we don't know. So there's the numbers. What?
But it still depends on CAP, what they're gonna do. I mean, we can't.
Well, no, you You could, cause I guess what I'm saying is you still need the pipe going down South Weaver Drive. So you could move this project forward and just do that. And if the prices came in to where that number was less anyway, and then you just still have that infrastructure, that would be okay. If the cap thing moved along quickly enough that it became an option early enough, we could make, a design change in the intersection and take it the other direction. And that would, it wouldn't be a change order because you'd just be changing quantities. I mean, there might be some minor change order items, but it'd just be a change.
And most of the change would be not even to our contract.
Correct, yeah.
It would be across the street.
We would just be,
But you almost never
yes.
did this fifth phases, so you have that number.
Sure.
Is, phase one and this section.
Then it's not an argument about give us the money,
No, we would just say,
Exactly what the
we're gonna strike, schedule 2 out of the contract. No. No. Let's not, yeah, too soon, Mark. Anyway, so that, the purpose of having this in our part of our retreat is because it's such a big project for you to just say, how do you feel about this and what are timing wise? I'm telling you from a design perspective and as far as being able to actually put it out to bid and get constructing this summer, that is possible. As long as you're willing to entertain the line going all the way down South Weaver Drive, and then as a option, if it worked out, the storm drain going to the north, depending on timing of when that comes to be. We do. We do. So it's, you're not losing anything if you do it now, I guess is what I'm saying.
The water, other projects, is there sufficient funds there? We push the other projects down.
Well, you still need to meet your bond obligations for the public works. So that every year, right? You've got to pay those. After completing this project, without having, run any of those numbers, we had already pushed. So correct. That's the short answer. Yes. Yes, there's not projects on the horizon immediately that are of significant importance that you would need to have additional funds for those immediately.
So what there's not a project out there that's gonna cover.
That's correct. Yes, I will try to speak more decisively. Well, I don't like those moments in the future where they're like, you said, based on what I knew at the time. Yes. Well, I mean, if we were to bid it out now, the earliest you'd be starting construction would potentially be like June, I think, in reality. So there's really no reason why you couldn't have them start. If they were ready to go and it seemed great, we could maybe do some budget amendments or whatever to put a little bit of that money up into this fiscal year to get us through June, but it wouldn't be significant. Right.
No, no, but you, I mean, as much as possible, we don't love having projects that go into the winter time that are on roads like that, where the road potentially isn't paved and we're going through the winter. So we would want to get started as soon as possible. Well, if you're doing the South Weber Drive route, I mean, that's a significant time. I think you're looking at like, okay, this is me trying to do my best to figure out what a contractor would say. Yeah, they'll start on the, yeah.
Start that in.
Ideally that you would work, yes, they would have like two crews. One that's working on the storm drain, one that's working on the road.
One thing you want to consider making a decision from now. They're gonna start on 84, 89 this year. And the big interchange is coming down the road. That means they're gonna be relying on South Weaver Drive for a lot of traffic. We shut down South Weaver Drive for months today. So it might lead us to wanna do it sooner rather than later. Now you're gonna have two competing projects and timing's gonna make it harder.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. Right, but to Wayne's point, if you were to do it this year, then you'd be ahead of their schedule.
Next year. That's what. I mean, they're designing, so it should be started next year. I would think.
Yeah.
We put it in fiscal year 27 with the idea of starting in the spring of 27 rather than trying to hit it this spring. Same budget year, but it's a different construction system.
Can we please stop adding additional options and maybe slow it down to 2 or 3 options, maybe under the teens, something, let's just, what do you want from us?
I would say you decide if you want it built this summer or next summer.
This summer.
Yeah.
What do you think, Rob?
Well, this is the only question I have. Drawing these funds down to get this project done, water and sewer. Does that leave me short on getting a bond obligation? Each one of these funds pay into that bond, pay that bond.
Yeah, the amount available does show the amount that's available, that's after the obligations and after the 180 days of cash on hand.
But just for fiscal year
For
27.
1 year. So it's not in totality of pulling what's left on the bonds or debt payments.
It could pay next year.
It would be able to pay the next year. Yeah.
You wanna put your hand down now?
No.
Is there anything
This
I
is,
still personally think. Would change my mind if we didn't think we could go. And I think that discussion. I don't think that's hard.
No, it's
They're
not.
If they don't think they're gonna proceed in the next 6 months. Then maybe I would say push it because I'd rather let future development pay for going all the way west. And save that $1 million, so we have a little more funds to pay for a bond.
Well, they wouldn't pay for all of it. We'd still be paying
Yeah,
for some,
it's
but
portioned out and it's down the road.
Yes.
Have time to save for it.
correct. Yeah, that definitely would be ideal.
And if we bid this out and it comes in, say we're trying to get it down to 3.8, and it comes in way out of whack and it's 5, we're just not gonna be able to do the project.
Right, yes, that I'm okay with. If we bid it and it's like, whoa, this is way over what we had estimated, then our only answer is, I'm sorry, we don't have the money for this, and that's fine. I just don't want to bid it. It comes in under budget and we still don't do it.
No, I agree.
And then you have to.
But that's why I don't think it's an out of line thing to have that discussion. I mean, those people are already in here discussing that.
Yeah, I just haven't met with them recently enough to know like what their
Where they're at.
actual timeline is.
They're starting construction. And it is-
So just clarify, if we do this and we're saying let's proceed, and we're saying we're okay with this amount, hoping that it's less, that's what you're all saying, right?
If I understand correctly, we're saying we proceed with part of the road that has to be done. And the study of how much it's going to cost if we go north. Is that correct? And then that study tells us whether we go this year, next year, or what, right? Okay,
You're saying,
that's why I'm saying.
my understanding is, if you say you wanna go this summer, you're saying you accept this cost. And you're doing it, and then if you get anything else from the developer, that's a bonus. Is that right?
Yeah, well.
That's what I thought you were saying.
How much design time?
Realistically, I bet, we would be looking at bidding probably in, April or May, end of April.
Why don't we say let's proceed?
But you gotta, when you add in advertisement time and,
Gives us a couple months to coordinate whether or not we can go north or not. And then we make a decision whether we go that way.
I feel much better about that.
okay,
And it's agreeing to, it's agreeing to the, or that is, I'll go right now with this. So the L.
Going all the way down to Canyon Meadows.
It's just going out to, what is that, South Weaver?
yes, that includes the road,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's really what we're really going, that's what we're trying to get done, but we have to do all the other to support it.
Yeah, we can still get it going. We got 2 months to. if we do it.
Okay. Yeah, but you would have to, like, unless you plan on not doing this project ever.
We can use the design anytime, even if everybody decides we can't do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that, because it was last year. Okay, do you want to move on to the next slide? I think that was it for this.
We've already talked about the other one, so let's get to West Side Reservoir.
This doesn't have to be a long conversation unless you want it to be. That's, because you guys have already hashed out the policy or the idea behind it. This is just an isolated project that's a higher price project. So, the idea is that we're gonna just replace the current 1 million gallon with a new 1 million gallon. The location would be slightly to the north and to the, to the east and the south. We've already identified an area that we think would work well, but that's about where we're at. When we did the rehab in 2019, it was estimated that would extend the life of that reservoir by 10 to 20 years. I bump it up to 20 years because so far it's been performing really well. So I think we have a little more time on that than maybe we had originally thought. Our projected cost at this point is 3.5 to 4. If you were going to save for it, then I would be suggesting that we should be saving somewhere between 250 to 400 a year. Right, so, well, it depends. If you look at worst case scenario of like, you need to do it soon and it's the most expensive, right? Then that's kind of more on your 400 end. And if you assume that we get it for cheaper and it's out at, yes. Yeah, it's too low. Oh.
You don't think that?
No, we're buying new land. Well, there's also the lines running from the tank down to our system. Yes, yes.
That will be 2 reservoirs.
No, because we'll just abandon the existing one. According to the state rules for for storage, we only need a million. I think originally we had put in 1.5 just to kind of give us a little bit of a buffer, but our projected population does not say that we need something bigger. Yes. Yes. Correct. Yes. That's a good point, but we definitely don't want it leaking, right? Every drop, we want to make sure stays in there. Yes. But those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. But that I think is the number that you what I was anticipating is what you wanted me to bring back. That's just one project, yes, but it's a big one. Geologically, when we did the rehab, it's not great. It's got a lot of poor soils and faults. Yeah, I think that, I mean, that's what led to the first tank leaking so bad, or this current tank leaking so bad. That's why we rehabbed it. Well, I don't want to say publicly. No, they when they did the study, of course they didn't do any like excavation right in the area where we think it will work, but identified that there are some other areas that would be better, not perfect, but better. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the plan at this point. You could just keep rehabbing the existing one and try to. Yes, it would be up in the air. Make it a billboard. Yeah. Okay. Yes, yeah. Let's put a ladder so everybody can climb up it. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's all you need to know for today. Just, yep. Okay, next. Streetlight replacement program. So, the goal is to replace all the Rocky Mountain Power owned streetlights. So we're just paying power costs only and not their higher costs for our existing lights. The total cost for replacing all of them is at this point, yes. Yes, is estimated based on Black and McDonald's estimates to be about $1 million. We currently in this fiscal year's budget have 150 budgeted. Historically, we've been doing 50,000. So assuming we continue to do that, we'd be finishing the project in fiscal year 43. If you want to, can you click on the little link and they can show you the. Oh, I thought he had made it public. Okay. I don't remember. Because I have it saved on my computer. Yes. Well, I mean, the short answer to your question is it's between probably 4 to 7 lights.
Saving some money on the other end, but for everybody. Whereas, and originally, that's why you did 50,000. Exactly. Because that was kind of that number where you crossed it for, I think it was 6 lights at the time. Yeah. And so I think we're still fairly close to that.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, the sooner you replace these and get them off it's schedule 11 is the most expensive schedule because it includes capital costs for the lights that you have paid for years ago. But the only way to get off of that schedule is to basically replace the light and make it our own light. We didn't want to buy their light because their lights are not in great shape. And then we assume we're going to have to replace it anyway. So we just want to put our own in, get off their schedule and just be a power only schedule, which is the cheapest way to go.
That was the question, do you want us to try to figure that out? I would like to. Yeah. First thing, don't have sales tax revenue, it's 1.5 million. Talking about doing best part. Here's a project that you want to put. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, we also haven't reached the final page, it tells us how much extra all these things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I said.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see it done by this.
It's a real mistake. How many streetlights have you bought since you started doing it?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, $1 million, if we got 7, so that's 4 years, that's $250,000. Switch. Now, can we financially do that? I think it's what we do, project prioritization. Yeah, how it isn't way high, but it is a save.
It does save.
It is a save, but it's not overnight.
No, I mean, yeah. Right. The sooner you do it, the more those upfront cost savings are there. But yeah, you have to balance it with everything else. So I think that the answer for today is that if you just stick with what you're currently doing, you're on a 20-year plan. We'll just keep updating it each year as additional things get done. And I mean, this is an ongoing conversation. You could change that number at any time.
Figure that, well, I.
Diane's public finance representative approached Brett and I earlier this week and said they've been analyzing interest rates and ran some numbers for us. We got into our LBA bond 2 years ago, and our interest rate was just barely under 5%. They think that we could get something in the 3.75 or thereabouts, which could potentially save $1 million over the life of the repayment schedule. Approximately $50,000 to $60,000 a year if we were to refinance the bond. That's counting the cost of issuance. Yep.
And
That's very low.
that wouldn't be turning what happened. That's why we'd say 700 right off the bat, if we did that.
There's a lot of options in this that they would want to walk us through, as far as any money that we didn't spend already on the bond. There's estimated $700,000 to $800,000 that we haven't used. We could turn that back around and just reduce the amount of the loan. We could use that money for repayment of bond payments over time. The way that they set up the amortization has lots of different options, things like that. But this is always a little bit of a crystal ball of when to refinance. You never know that it's going to be the lowest of the market. It's not that we're trying to time the low end of the market, but it is a good deal to save money. If we want to try to save money, then we could pursue the refinance at this time.
I'm in favor of that.
Okay, have him bring the option to the council and present the various ways that might structure it.
Yeah, same term.
Remind me.
Yeah.
How much, remind me what the.
707. Amongst all the
Next
different.
year we
funds.
might need that, so.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, building the park hall. Form drain.
Okay,
Great.
next slide. This is just a quick reminder of the budget process from here. That we will plan on taking the information today, working on updating the draft budget in order to be prepared for March committee meetings. And then we'll have our work sessions in April, adopt tentative budget in May, have the public hearing, be ready in your adoption or intent to do property tax if that becomes part of the discussion as we go through it.
May 26th is the day after the Memorial Day. So I won't be here that day, but I feel like we could move the meeting, not just for me, but if we're really doing a public hearing, a lot of people. Yeah.
The work sessions, out before the regular board.
May 26th.
Part of the regular city council meeting, a discussion item that would be budget related.
Okay, so
But-
it's been
Incorporated in it. That's what we've done in the past. We can do that as a separate work session. Okay. Everybody okay with that timeline? Other than May 26th?
Yeah, we should probably know.
If that's the case, then
Why are we having the public hearing in May when it doesn't have to be approved till the end of June? Give us time to make that.
we traditionally we have to adopt the tentative budget in May. We like to hold a public hearing based on that adopted tentative budget so that we hear from the community and then have time to adjust it before we make any final budget decision.
Keep in mind, if the decision is go through truth and taxation, I have to notify the county and the state before the end of May.
June 1st is the deadline to
When work sessions, we will have that conversation, so council's gonna hold in it.
we'd have to make that decision.
When is the county gonna?
It's all estimates at that point, yeah, they don't release that. The state is talking about changing that calendar. But we'll see if anything happens from that. So does that mean we want to move up that public hearing?
Upper Weaver back. Yeah, that was the way it came out, right? You got 2 weeks to contemplate.
Is there? If we're good about publishing the tentative budget, is there an appetite to hold the adoption of the tentative budget and the public hearing on that budget the same day?
We have to announce it at that meeting.
Yeah, there's gotta be time between those two. Good point. You're on the 19th?
Right? That's what I would next meeting.
We won't have a leave all 26.
Just move the 26 up.
Move the 26th up to the 19th.
More meetings than I thought.
You say my numbers, they're not my numbers, I just compile. Okay, May 19th, let's plan on that. And with that, the final slide. We did it, 68 slides. Well done. With a half hour. With a half an hour.
Go back and talk about. Oh, no.
You should. We talk about the general plan?
I think we ought to make sure that the engineer never goes after long. The long, hot conversation.
I was great.
You did great, you did great in your own way.
Do we want to do
Your own engineering.
Oh my. Only 77 degrees.
They had it on the air. They could try it.
Should be adjourned.
Second.
Aye.
There you go.
What do you need a mayor for?